Oh boy. Here we go. It's a new day. New day. We're getting a few things set up today. Big thing, auto install script. We're gonna make what we have currently automatically install. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be good. What's up, guys? Abs, how you doing? Geez, everybody else in chat. We're gonna have a fun one. I'm trying to think of some other stuff we're gonna probably add to it. Maybe some like baked in theming and things. I started thinking more last night about like Omarchy and DHH's spin and how popular it's gotten. And I was thinking to myself, you know, I think I might just copy it feature from feature, but I really kind of want to bake in to like a GUI instead of having config files, because I really like just having one binary containing everything. Now that's a pretty ambitious goal, but if I could do theming and many of the other configurations without you going to a config file and setting the hard value and then recompiling, I think it'd be pretty awesome. And I think we could do all that with a GUI without having any configuration and recompile. So a normal person could use DWM and not just be overwhelmed, because when people see C code, they're just gonna be like, I'm out. And I know that. So that's kind of the thought process here. Should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Wayland freezes on my computer when it goes to sleep, so I'm excited about this. Yeah, Jared, so like how I handle all my sleep, especially inside, what I end up doing is I use the built-in, oh God, what's it called? I'm gonna butcher it. It's DPMS, I want to say. I might have missed that acronym. But setting X screen server with proper DPMS with suspend and other things is a little bit better. Now that's I want to say a little higher power sleep state, where what Omarchy's trying to do is put it into like a deep sleep, or we'll use like maybe just a couple watts of power to keep it going. And this would use a little bit more wattage, so not necessarily great for laptops. So that's where I'm kind of like, we might look at some other different solutions there. But overall, I am really liking. We did a massive debloat yesterday on DWM in our current setup by removing all the Wayland's crap, like all of it. And I've seen massive performance gains from that. Wayland is bloated. I'm convinced now Wayland is crap. Full stop. I know that's going to piss a lot of people off because people have been touting Wayland like it's going to be the next big thing for 17 years. I don't think we're there. I'm not sure about Ex Libre either. Like, there's some crazy politics with Ex Libre, and the guy that runs it, I don't think he knows GitHub very well. And a lot of his past commits were highly critiqued. Whether it was warranted or not, I don't know. So Ex Libre, I don't know if that's the future or not. I'm really kind of hesitant to try it. I want to kind of see how it matures. So I'm not going to say both these options are not great, but we still have legacy Xorg. And some people are like, it's legacy. It's been around for 30 years, Titus. Why are you using that old stuff? And it's simple. It works. It works. That's why you use the legacy stuff. If it works and you don't have any problems, that's why you use legacy. So that, I was like, I can't believe you have these two weird factions out here, both with their own like things. And I'm like, guys, just use the old shit. It works. If it just works, that's what we do. So that's what I'm thinking of. The other thing, what about varying refresh rate monitors? Ooh, you know, hello, Kyle. There's some things about the configuration of Xorg that people don't understand. And if I could help people configure Xorg, I think it'd be okay. First off, tearing, screen tearing, a lot of people talk about that. I think if I can make that as easy as possible to fix, writing scripts specifically to strip out like Intel Xorg drivers and those types of things, the baked in old Xorg Intel drivers are like ancient and they cause tearing. You should never use them. You just remove them and you're gonna have a good time. The second thing probably would be like setting variable refresh rates and monitor configuration in Xorg There's a lot of ways to do that, a lot of ways to skin that cat, so to speak. So we'll look at that as well. So that's it. All right, initial speech is done. Let's get into it. It's gonna be fun. Gonna be a good one. All right, now we should be able to do some stuff. Checked out the new WM in SL status config, and I saw you have not added an icon for the CPU, but not a big deal. Actually, I think oh, you're right, I didn't. I need to add that. Yeah, we can edit the icon in. I'm a little concerned. I don't want this to go any bigger. Like, it's already taken up too much space, in my opinion. But anyways, I digress. Let's first sit down with some linutil. Let's pull us some changes. I was right. I was updating Fallout 76. Ah, man, I tell you, I have not removed the Omarchy Plymouth. We probably should set that up as well. Oh man, yeah. Oh my God, Daggerfall. You know, they've really kind of pimped that out, Pop. Or Daggerfall. Who was I watching play it? Joff Strife Hayes was playing Daggerfall for the wildest. I was like, man, that brings me back. He was playing like a little bit of a modified. It was like they had some updated 3D scenes and stuff, so it was not so bad. I mean, I enjoyed it, like watching him play it. I don't know if I would enjoy setting that up and actually playing it myself, but it was cool. What about the whole expendable tray, like on Omarchy, to hide some of the icons? Man, I know. That would be a good idea. We need DWM blocks for that, though. Dang it. Unless anybody else can think of a different way. DWM blocks makes the sys tray navigate. You can navigate it. Yeah, Daggerfall Unity. It's on GitHub. Oh, man. So cool. I mean, it's neat, though. I mean, my favorite probably still going to be Skyrim. With all its jank and all its glory. But regardless. All right. Let's see. We're in linutil. First thing, actually, DWM setup. Let's look at what our setup looks like right now. That looks completely wrong. Yeah. This looks vibe coded. I might have been vibing when I did this. I vibed this shit. I can tell you right now. Ugh. I'm looking through. Most of these are actually dependencies, and they'll be fine. Ghosty. Do we have Flame Shot in here? No Flame Shot. We got Flame Shot to add. What other things we need? Oh man, old Glazed WM. I've been messing around. Like, I usually am on my Mac on Wednesdays, and anytime I'm doing a YouTube video, I'll be on my Mac. And I just really, both Mac and Windows, when you stick a window manager on them, Linux has ruined me, because the window managers on both Mac and Windows feel awful.
And you can make them feel all right, but at the end of the day, I always know, oh, there's Explorer. Oh, there's Finder underneath this. There's jank associated with it. And it just makes me kind of just disgusted. Just like, dirty proprietary nonsense just sitting here. It sucks. I don't want to get rid of it. What am I doing on this archaic, gross operating system? my Linux elitism takes over whenever I do a window manager. I'm like, no, I need to just be on the stock experience for both Windows and Mac, and just, I know where I'm at. I'm comfortable enough and I can get around, and typically if I'm using either operating system, it's for a specific purpose. So I really don't like doing any window managers on either. I really am enjoying Rofi too, Ozzy. The Rofi setup, that's perfect. I'm digging just that other pane. We kind of got on a different way with it, but it feels great. Oh, you're talking about for a dependency. What other things do we have in here? Configure backgrounds. We got clone folders. We got PyCom animations. Probably need to look at that PyCom fork that I did. I'm kind of, because it was, I think, XL Labs or somebody that did it, the PyCon animations to make it kind of Hyperlandish. Yeah. So Rofi. What else do we have here? All right, let's look through and see exactly what do we have. I want to say there's an Xorg app type deal too. Let me go through here. I'm going to clean up some of that. It's just a little redundant. That's all fine. Xclip. That's the clipboard. X Archiver. Thunar. Oh, we got Wofi still in here? 1 second. We're gonna just remove Wofi. I didn't realize that was still there. Wofi's Wayland Rofi. Alright, that's gone. You know, it's a little bit. Oh man, W3M. Old school. Kicking it back. I don't think we'll do. NeoVim has its own installer. UWSM we can get rid of too. Okay. Tumblr is needed. Tumblr gives you thumbnails inside of Thunar. And then we got all of the... How are we doing the font installs here? Oh, dang. We're doing like manual, full manual installs. Don't necessarily love that, but I get why I did it. I don't want to use the AUR at all. Although I don't think those are on the AUR. I think those are baked into the full official Arch repo now. DICOM. I never DCM files. That's funny. Yeah, some of the fonts are in the official repos now. I'm not used to that. That used to not be a thing. TLDR, I'm gonna add time shift. I'm tempted. Yeah, I'm tempted to do time shift as well for folks. Just so people have some kind of backup set. Oh man, SWW. Got to get rid of that. Still some leftovers, man, from that whole Wayland endeavor. Streamlink, yeah, use that for various things. Snapper. I don't think I've used Snapper in a long time, man. Sitting on an install for like a couple years, it's kind of crazy how much stuff you add and then never need. Snapper, let's get rid of Snapper. I'm using time shift. Reflector. Don't forget to add GVFS and Thunar Archive plugin. Doesn't X Archiver do that? All right, let's add GVFS and Thunar Archive plugin. Let's double check, make sure that those are available. Let's do a search. GVFS. Perfect. And then also Thunar Archive.
Yeah, well.
Perfect.
The do the vibes.
Yeah, both those are there. Disillusion, thanks for the prime sub. We got some Qt6 stuff here. I'm thinking we probably do some kind of theme install, which we might look at today as well. Once we get this all kind of nailed down, because I know we're missing some stuff on this setup script. It got vibed too hard, so we gotta just clean it up a bit. Oh, poll kit. That's right. I think we're using Mate pool kit. So yeah, Qt. I really like the Qt libraries. A lot of people talk crap about Qt and go GTK 3. I know Omarky uses mostly GTK stuff, but I kind of like Qt better than GTK. So I was gonna look up, what was I pulling up? Someone in chat mentioned it. Oh, Pavu control. Yeah, definitely got to put that in there. Let's go to DWM vim config .h. I'm gonna just look at my config.h as well for anything that we might be missing. Yeah, okay, so is the Mate pool kit. What does that look like? I think it's just Mate pool kit. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. Let's make sure we add that. Let's also check over here. What else we got? Flame shot, Dunst. We need Dunst. Then Fey. Synergy. I think what we need to do with this is there's certain scripts that we need to make. So what I'm thinking for the auto start here, to make it more universal for everybody, hard coding some of this stuff is great. Like obviously dbus, poll kit, everyone's going to need that stuff. Even flame shot and Dunst for that, and PyCom, that makes sense. But Synergy, and then also like main sh to do that. Now it doesn't really matter, like the user's not going to see that these never really get launched because they don't exist in their systems. But at the same time, I think we probably should launch into like a universal like auto start setup. So how I see that is pulling auto start direct. Now we haven't done a Plymouth for animation while booting yet, but we can. Yeah, so I'm thinking of making like auto start in like .conf in .configuration. All right, Plymouth, Pipewire, probably like a Pipewire and Pavu control. I'm trying to think how that would be set up. I think I'll probably do that in a separate function for audio setup. Let's keep going. I know this is a little bit tedious, but once we set it up, you know, set it up once, never have to do it again kind of thing. Or not have to really look at it. NWG look is actually part of the Arch repos now, and it is great. I love NWG look. Could throw Node in there, but I'm like, I don't really have anything for Node. NeoVim and all that's already done through another way. Oh God, I still have Nautilus installed. Let's get rid of Nautilus. All right, got rid of that. Yeah, we still have a bunch of remnants from the Omarchy install. That's okay though. We're getting there. Man DB, man pages, text info. I think TLDR, those are all dependencies of it. Network manager. Oh, how are we going to handle networks? I really don't like network manager, to be honest, but it has the most intuitive setup for normal users. Like you can do nmtui and then set up your network. But I really don't enjoy it. It's not great. I kind of want to do my own directly with systemd, but that would be a mistake. That's a lot of work. Yeah, systemd network's kind of what I'm thinking of do. But we'll come back to that. All right, we got Mate pool kit already. I don't think LX appearance is really needed anymore. If we're using NWG look, which I feel like NWG look just does a better job of LX appearance, and LX appearance is just not what it once was as a standard for doing the tiling window. I feel like NWG look just does a better job all around. Oh, the microcode, that's all done through the server setup anyways. So that's fine. Yeah, LX appearance is useless now. Let's remove it. I don't have that in here anywhere. Good. All right. Continuing on, just a bunch of libraries. These should all be dependencies of some other bigger package. So most of this will get installed anyways. lib32 stuff for gaming. What else we have? Hyper Polkit agent. Let's remove that. Hyperlang. Haskell. Old Haskell. God, I hate Haskell. I don't know why I just test at Haskell. Like Haskell's, man, I think I hate Haskell worse than like JavaScript. I don't know what it is about it. I just look at the code and I'm like, what? An insane person made this language. Truly, I think the person probably is insane that made that language. Because Haskell's just crazy. I know, I just don't understand it. I don't think I'll ever understand it, though. I'm just like, ugh. Don't want to. All right. Oh, this looks fine. There's nothing really in here so far that I'm like, we have to put that in here. Is I want everything to function. We'll do like a VM install, and what I want is 2-click button, boom, you're done. So this all looks good. We're getting almost there. Yeah, D4. So I want to set up DWM so it's user friendly, and we'll set up a user script. Is the agenda for today is really just getting a user script so a normal person get on here and actually use it for the very first iteration. All right, all this looks good. I think that's pretty much all the dependencies that are needed. We'll have to update Red Hat and Debian. Debian and Red Hat are completely wrong. Ugh. Yeah. God, we'll have to go through and update all of those because the packages names will probably be different, and I don't think NWG look will be in the RHEL or Debian based distros. Dang it. Eek. We'll figure it out though. And as far as nerd font setups, I think we have to do Meslo and at least JetBrains probably as well. I know they're completely two different things. I wasn't saying I wasn't saying they were nearly the same when it comes to Haskell versus JavaScript. I was just saying I hate both the languages. I know they're very, very different. I just hate them for different reasons. I know people like JavaScript and TypeScript and all that crap, but I'm like, ugh, they're gross. Necessary, but gross. Okay. I think all this looks good. I am feeling great about this. I think this is going to be gravy. We'll have to update Fedora and Debian and all that. But the idea here is we'd have a universal one that would work. I really like Arch a lot, though. Honestly, I don't see a point in not using Arch. There's NWG and Debian 13. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's give this a whirl and see what this install looks like. So this is the setup. Lazy G. Update setup script. So that's good to go. I want to say this is already baked into linutil to get it live. So let's see where we're at first. Let's give it a whirl. See where we're at to begin with. ArchX. I think that's going to be the name of it because it's just Arch with X server. I'm gonna run out of space on my dang NVMe drive. I could take over my... No, Chris. We need the Windows partition. There's going to be a time where you're like, I want to do something in Windows. Absolutely have to. And then I'm going to need it. That would be absolutely silly. Gotta talk myself down here. Okay, Arch Linux. Let's go. 20 gigs is fine. DWM. We're gonna call this one DWM-1. We're gonna be doing this a lot. But the cool thing is with DWM, it's like, man, we're gonna go 8 actually on the CPU allocation. I want this to go quick. Let's go. Starch. All right, here we go. What's going on? Just got here. You're in luck. You're about to see magic happen. We're going to one-shot this. It's going to be amazing. We're going to get a full-blown move over DHH. There's a new sheriff in town. And we run Xorg here. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Let's go. All right, so then we got our install server. Boop. And we're going to go Arch server setup. Yes. And then we'll do our username, super secure password, DWM-1 for the system name. We're going to install that. Go ext4 Chicago US install. You're going to see Arch install so fast. It's going to make your head spin. Oh, you thought you were doing an Eminem impression. Whatever happened to Eminem? I think he just got rich and was just like, I'm going to live my life and enjoy it. Which, more power to him. I'd hate to be that popular. What issues did you have with Hyperland? We had bleed through effects. Overall, it was a pretty bloated and complicated tech stack that I think is just too, it's just too much. Like there's just too much crap with it. And I was getting some intermittent latency when I was switching a little bit. I was noticing a little bit of a slowdown here and there. Maybe that was just a configuration error on my part. Then we also had, we had to use land mouse to transfer between different sessions because Synergy wouldn't work, nor Input Leap. Input Leap's the open source counterpart of it that would work. Someone mentioned DeskFlow, which probably could have used. So a couple applications not working. Gaming was a bit of an issue for me. Specifically, GameScope wouldn't work. What other Wayland issues did I have? Does anybody remember exactly what? Oh, there's so much stuff. Oh, he's in his 50s now. Damn, that makes me feel old. Just being a father now. Hey, that's the way to go, man. Skill issue. It totally could be fair, man. Could be fair. I think I missed too. Like, I think if you come to Linux from another big operating system like Mac or Windows, Hyperland feels fine because it's just, well, it's less than those two behemoths. So Hyperland feels fine to those people. I think I got ruined with DWM because it's so minimal that Hyperland felt bloated. So coming from the opposite end of the spectrum to Hyperland, I was like, this feels like shit. I don't like it. And then I was like, it looks pretty though. But damn it, I'm getting this bleed through effect. The bleed through effect was probably really the thing that just kept sticking in me. I was like, okay, we gotta do something about this bleed through effect. It was killing me. I was like, ah. And I tried like opacity. I tried window rule V2s to set opacity, like force it at like 100% all the time. I was still getting some bleed through. So the compositing was not great when comparison to what we're doing here. All right, we didn't install this. Let's reboot. So yeah, I mean, there was a handful of issues, but really it just felt worse. And the problems I was having weren't like showstoppers for most people. Most people were like, who cares? But to me, it felt bad. All right, set fonts, v18b. Ooh, don't have Terminus fonts. No plural there. Yeah, Linux, we're getting it. We're getting it. Oh, man. All right, DWM time. Let's go DWM Titus. Let's see where we're at. What's the over-under of this actually working? We shall find out. Oh, that's what I need to set in this stupid thing. This isn't even using my setup script. Display manager. Oh, dude. Yeah. Huh. Dang it. All right, what all we just did isn't even getting applied right now. It's actually using its own script from linutil. Huh. Okay. Yes, we'll go with SL status. I don't think this is gonna work. FT Labs PyCom as well. Let's reboot. I don't feel good about this at all. We were working on the wrong dang script. The one script we were using. All right. Do we even have a desktop? Let's see. Yeah, we do. Yeah. We don't have we don't have Ghosty. We don't have a couple other things in here. Ah, man, that's crazy. All right, let's send key over to TTY2. You know, it's always like TTY3 is the one that works for me. All right, that did not work. Let's just power off, actually. Okay. We'll probably end up doing... All right, let's grab the linutil setup script now. I'm working on 2 setup scripts. Let's consolidate that first. First order of business, consolidation. All right, let's go over to linutil. And what we're gonna do here, go into, I think it's core, tabs, system, arch. Actually, I think it was just DW. Oh no, this is application setup, isn't it? Yeah, it's technically application. Yeah. There's DWM Titus setup. Ah, jeez. All right. Okay. Oh, God bless it. Okay. Yeah. Let's get rid of LX appearance first. Let's just do a global substitute of LX appearance. And we're going to switch that to NWG look. All right. Global replace of LX appearance. Goodbye. We'll see. There might be some people that don't have NWG look, but we'll see issues for that. Get yourself. I had donuts yesterday, man, and I paid the price. And I went to work out too. Had like this giant apple fritter, which is essentially just a bunch of sugar with some fake apples. And man, my workout yesterday was awful. I got back and I was just like, I gotta go to bed. I think I took like a 2-hour nap. And my wife was like, are you gonna wake up? Because we're gonna be going to bed in like 2-3 hours. I was like, babe, it was just a rough day. It was a rough workout. I hadn't had a workout that bad in like a month or so. So there's not a, I'm on the straight and narrow today. Just pure raw chicken. And that's it. I'm just gonna eat tons of chicken. Maybe some fruit and veggies. Yeah. Oh, it was so bad. I did not fib her. My wife's spying on me in here. I know. I think she came in afterwards. The real truth, since she called me out here, the real truth was I think I like napped watching YouTube for like an hour and a half or so, and then she came by and I was like, oh man, that workout was awful. That workout was just so bad. It was though. It's the worst. It's just an ungodly amount of sit-ups, thrusters, and what was the third one? Jump rope. Tons and tons of jump rope. All right. Anyways, sorry. I was having PTSD flashbacks from someone saying donuts. All right. Let's fix up Pac-Man up here. Now, looking at the rest of this, you have PyCon dependencies as well. Do we have any other setups? Now, this is not working. This whole install nerd font business is not working. Let's look at .local share fonts and see what happened. Because that's something. Oh, you tried it this morning, Dan? Oh, man. All right. Let's just see. I'm going to check to... Oh, we need Ghosty on here. All right. Well, let's fix this up a little bit. Yeah, so we're missing fonts, which tells me the nerd font didn't get installed on this script. Let me think. Probably Ghosty. Let's send a key. Let's go TTY3. Let's yay s Ghosty. All right, install that. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll come back to TTY1. Just kidding. We're going to go back to TTY2. It's kind of weird. It's launching like that, but anyways. Now, it said broken for a second. All right, let's go .local. Share fonts. So it added it here, but not. Huh. Well then. So the extraction didn't work. Let me look at the extraction part of the script. So we're downloading it. Oh, we're using unzip. I bet you unzip's not on here because you have to install unzip, and since that needs to be installed first, we're missing unzip. So that should fix the problem with that. And let's go over to, actually, I think we need to switch over. How? I think I can switch this way. DWM Titus setup. All right. Let's just come down. Look at me. One of these days I'll get good at this. We need to grab Ghosty. We're also missing Rofi and a bunch of other. I think everything from Alsa. So everything from here. Let's go V to the end of the line. Let's yank that. Come back over here. Let's come to the end of the line here. Let's paste it. So then you got ALSA. All right, great. Now let's look. Do I have any redundancy there? Oops. We put that in XBPS. What the hell's that? Can't remember what install that was. Anyways. God, we got too many darn things here. Ah. Dang it. All right, let's sorry. One more time. Let's go up into line, paste, back. All right. So let's look for any redundancy here. Ghosty, nope. Flame shot is redundant. Rofi is not there. X clips needed. X archiver, Thunar, Tumblr, TLDR, GVS. Mate pull kit is doubled. Get rid of that. What about Dunst? I don't see Dunst doubled. Fey, NWG look. It's fine. Unzip was there? Oh, dang. Okay, so we got problems. Dang it. So if unzip was there and it just didn't get installed, it's probably because setup DWM's being called after the font. I bet you. So setup DWM is right here. Setup display manager. Oh, dang it. Install nerd font's done afterwards, so it should work. Oh, Void Linux, that's right. Thank you. You just offended Void Linux users, which means you didn't avoid. You didn't insult anybody at all. Oh, that's awful. It's pretty funny though. I think URL for fonts issue. Okay, let's try that. Maybe it's the URL. I thought it was an unzipped dependency, but let's look. Let's yank it. Let's come over here. Does that download it? It does. Dang it. So it grabbed it from that. So the URL is good. Let's look at this again. So it does. You got your font directory, which if you look, if no font directory, go ahead and make the directory. And then, oh, here's the problem. This shouldn't be an else. It never installs it because it doesn't see the directory. It creates the directory and then skips over the else. Well then. Kind of weird indent am I doing here? Oh well. So you have then, actually, just get rid of this. Just use AUR. I don't really like the AUR. I don't want to do that. It's just would be easier though. I just feel like there's too much that can go wrong with the AUR. I saw all the problems Omarchy was having with Omarchy or what? I'm gonna say it right one of these days. Anyways. I saw all the problems it was having, and I was like, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I want to use all official repos. I also want minimal, all official repos, direct in. Yeah, no need for second if. We got rid of that. And yeah, there's standard for Arch repos at least. This should be fine now. So we got that. We got Rofi installed as well. We were missing Rofi. And we were missing Ghosty. What about the Ghosty configuration as well? All right, I feel like that's pretty good, right? All right, let's delete DWM1 and let's give it another install. I really don't like this display manager either, though. That's going to be problematic. I kind of want to just use light DM, to be honest. But SDDM would be a little more universal. I gotta say, I don't like either option. Ghosty config does not work, by the way. Where is my Ghosty config? Is that in my bash? LY doesn't have an auto login, so we can't use LY. Yeah, Greet D would probably be a better one. GDM is absolutely off the table. And having the user pick this is just not a good idea. Just a terrible idea. That's why I'm kind of like, So let's say you go to your case. You have this. It does the install. Then after the install, it doesn't do jack shit. And then it just enables the service. That's it. That's all it does. I'm thinking on that one. We're going to leave it for the time being. But there's going to be people that do this on an existing install that has one of these services already there. Oh, we could do like some logic to detect what login service they already have. If none, then install SDDM or LightDM. Yeah. Oh yeah. I took out the second unzip, so you can see right now. Where did I get that? Oh, I set up a display manager when you want auto login. Yeah, you could do the no display manager and then just automatically trigger a start X, but kind of has an ugly login prompt. So that's the reason why you have the display manager. Like even with auto login, if you don't have a graphical representation, you're just going to be presented with the standard, Getty login that you see on every server. And that's just not pretty. It's just not pretty. So that's why the display manager exists. And frankly, you can configure the display manager to log back in, but then we have key ring authentications, which is another thing we got to tackle. But that's okay. Let's try this out first and see how the install goes. I feel like that should fix most of our woes. That's right, we're doing it here. Oh, I don't want to do a version every single time. We're gonna change this. I want to fix up the setup script here. And that is going to want to, there are some I'm just going to do this just so I can have these scripts running in their own independent projects. I know this is wrong, but it will work. So then we can do them outside of everything. The reason why we added those scripts is if we go to setup, you'll notice the includes at the very top there of this common script and server setup. And if you look here, we went ahead and made them. Oh, these are not executable. Oh, crap. I'll have to modify it a little bit. Let's go chmod. All right, we got those scripts. Let's modify that setup. Ah. Trying to think of a good, like, quick, hey, let's reiterate this over and over and over again. I think doing like a debug compile from linutil would be the fastest, and then just popping that over to, like, we can do an SCP, toss that onto an online, and then I'll just pull it down and run it that way. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. There's actually not that many dependencies with like SDDM and LightDM. They don't have very much. SDDM used to be tied with a lot of KDE crap, but it lives completely independently, at least on Arch. I don't know. Some other package managers, there might be some other ones. All right, let's fix this. We're gonna remove all of these files. Let's go back to linutil and do a cargo run or build. Yeah, let's go cargo build. ArchX, essentially just Xorg with DWM on a blanket Arch system. All right, then probably like projects. Oh God. How did I do that before? I think I think I can do host. Yeah, okay. Actually, it's kind of funny. SCP works both ways. It's not target and then destination. It's just straight up. You can flip-flop where those can be. Couldn't remember. All right, so we did a build, and if you go cargo run, we got that. A silent boot. What do you got there? Let's power off this. We're gonna trash this one. All right, silent boot. This page is want to limit verbosity to strict minimum. I like it. All right, great. Quiet. Yep. You can hide the A Getty. Making a custom prompt if you wanted. Hide StartX. Could just redirect. Yeah. So you could do a skipped login here and then go right into the DWM. Do we want to do that? I don't know. What do we think, chat? Because on this one, you got A Getty, you got StartX. We could set all that up and then just completely omit the display manager. How many people have multi-user logins here? You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily hate this idea. 0. Yeah, everyone's just doing single user anyways. You're still gonna have to authenticate some other way. You're gonna get a poll kit pop-up when you like launch Chrome, per se.
Hello all, I want to show you how my ThinkPad X220 boots up with ArchX.
All right, here we go.
I have
ThinkPad.
a bootloader called
ArchUser.
Linux here. It just counts down 5 seconds. And just press enter to get it. Save a couple of seconds. And as you see, it boots straight into X and into
Great
SSH
screen recording here.
pass. So let me just type in my password. And that's it. And the first thing I launch is Facebook, embarrassing.
Wait. What was he using there? What's he using right there? Right here. What is this? Yeah, most users are going to be single. I think we get rid of the display manager altogether. We set up something like this right here. But you might be thinking, Titus, I can't see that. I'm like, I can't either. So we have to kind of infer. So he's entering a prompt here for the install. Enter passphrase 4. It's something like, can we freeze frame it? I felt like it showed just a little bit. Come on, focus. Focus. So close. God, your camera sucks. Okay, come on, buddy. It looks like it's an inner passphrase for home, his user.ssh ID Raza. So it's for decryption. So he's using an encrypted drive. Is it Luke's? Luks? I think it's Luke's. But I'm not 100% on that. Luke's, I don't think, goes into the... I don't think that goes into here. It looks like an SSH key because honestly, if it's an encrypted drive, it wouldn't be reading the user folder. So this is something different. What's he doing? Oh, bro. Crank down that ISO, bro. Oh, God. Killing me. Anywho. Okay. I like it. I like it, but enter SSH key on login maybe. Linux, enter SSH key on login. It's a special login thing. SSH pass. Maybe we use SSH pass? He says he uses SSH ask pass in description. Oh, he does. Okay. Let's I should have read the description. Boot straight to SSH ask pass. Oh, well, it's the same page. Did I not read SSH ask pass? Oh, I like that a lot, though. I like it a whole lot. Yeah, okay, so he just links to the silent boot portion. I'm now encrypting my whole drive. Yeah, he's using Luke's probably. Okay. So let's check SSH ask pass on login. Nope. Instead of display manager. Let's see. Somebody got it. How to explicitly pop up a dialog to enter password for SSH key. Ah, yeah. Here we go. Install the package SSH ask pass-gnome. The package will provide a binary. Open SSH gnome SSH ask pass. Why would they switch these around? Linux logic. You should be shot. The package is completely different from the binary. Like, why? Why would you take the gnome from the end and put it at the very beginning for the binary? You crazy person. Oh my god. Just drives me crazy when people do shit like that. Anyways. Then open up terminal and do ssh.add dev null. Probably because they had other packages. Okay. Okay. I mean, I can kind of get behind that. Okay. So when I start SSH my server command in GNOME terminal, it asks for a dialog box to unlock the key. That is okay, but I'd rather bring up the procs right after I log into the GNOME session before I even attempt the SSH. What do I have to do to achieve this? Some time ago, they added an ssh.add to startup programs, and it did the trick. However, when I try ssh.add now, it gives a ugly dialog box showing below and not the one that like the above I want. Oh, cool. I don't mind that login box. Screw you and your GTK nonsense. We'll just do SSH add. Huh. Which wallet are we using? We are not using K-Wallet. keyring. We're using the Arch Linux keyring, GNOME keyring. Okay. So as I just talked down the GTK one, it looks like I'm using GNOME keyring, so we probably would want to use GNOME SSH AskPass. So let's go search AskPass, grep GNOME. Ah, there we go. So we're just going to use GNOME AskPass 3. Ah, damn, it's AOR. Ah, darn it. Okay, so for AskPass, we only have, we could do LXQT-OpenSSH-AskPass. Or should I just do the KSSH ask and then get rid of... does K-Wallet work in tandem with GNOME keyring? Oh, is it already there? Oh. There's no authentication agent. So you'd have to run like SSH agent first and then get in that way. I'm trying to think of a more... And probably people are like, just use a damn display manager at this point, but... Yeah, essentially, I just wanted to ask for a password on login, so then when you auto log in for a silent boot, it would just prompt for the password. But you have to launch like SSH agent. This would launch, and then you do SSH add-l. And well, I think SSH agent has some more prompters, but yeah, you eval the SSH agent and then you can do SSH add. Now we're getting in the weeds here. Come on. I think we just use a display manager. Screw you. Damn it, Phoenix. I can't believe he got in here. Talk me into this. It's all your fault. We're just going to use that. We're just going to use SDDM. I don't see a point in all this. We could just theme out SDDM and call it a day. Like, there's no reason to have all this. We can just do the authentication directly there. People are going to want to do a login anyways. Why are we doing a double? Like, just do that. Just do the display manager login. Type in your stupid password. You're going to have to do it anyways. That's going to unlock everything, right? Yeah. Not every user wants to do an auto login. Even when you do an auto login, you're still authenticating. So why not just authenticate with the display manager? I guess the question is, so when I reboot my system and I launch Chrome, it prompts for the password. If I take off my auto login, what happens? Do I still have to type in my password? I think this is it. I know. So right now, if I were to reboot and then I go to launch Chrome, right? On launch, it would prompt me to log in to the keyring. Would authenticating with the display manager bypass that prompt, or would I still have that prompt? That's the thing that I'm like, so if you don't auto log in, the keyring would already be open and you would get that. So that's why I'm like, what's the point of auto login if I still have to type in the stupid password when I finally launch into something? Yeah. So let's take off auto login. Do we set a default session here? Nah, screw it. Let's not. We're just gonna delete that. Yeah, I think that's why I kind of want to do it. I want more universal. So I want to make less of a saddling a user with something like that. I kind of want to leave them with a functional default setup that just works, but also they can expand on and make kind of their own easily. So the most universal login would just be SDDM and then go. Now, we should have a script to detect whether or not they're already using a display manager login. And if not, go ahead and do SDDM. I think that's what the best way to go about this is. Yeah. Yeah, that's the end goal. Something I like, but also others will like too. And that's easy to set up and maintain with no worries. We got to fix the Plymouth too. People are going to go, what the hell did you do to this? Oh, so true. I don't like the terminal login, actually. I think we could do better. All right. So we use SDDM to log in. We'll pimp that out, by the way. It'll look a lot better. And then when we go into here, does the keyring prompt us? It doesn't. So like, let's just have a nice SDDM theme. Done. Right? Like, there's no point in doing all of this. Just get a nice SDDM theme up. People are going to be like, cool, that looks neat. They'll log in. Then they don't have any keyring unlocks when they're in their system. Using the display manager just makes sense. Okay. Yeah, you don't need much code at all for a display manager, but the authentication can get a little tricky with PAM and all that. I'm not gonna, like, why reinvent the wheel? SDDM's like, psh. How big is SDDM? Yeah, SDDM is 5 megabytes installed. Like, yeah, that's ridiculous. With no dependencies, at least not on Arch. Maybe other ones do have stuff, but ooh. So what SDDM theme should we use for that? Anyways, yeah, let's get back to where we're going. Get back to Linutil. All right, cargo build. Let's LL target debug. There's linutil there. So we can do SEP, projects, var www html, and we're gonna throw target debug linutil. Pretty sure that will work. We could go light DM. Light DM's quite a bit smaller. I think light DM's smaller. Let's check after this. SDDM was about 5. Oh. I should be able to send this through SCP directly there. I might need to put linutil on the end. Yeah, there it goes. Nice. Okay. No progress on your SCP hurts my feelings. Well, I think it was just a login, so it's logging in and then dropping the file before it gives you any progress. Probably could get a little more verbose there, but I kind of like, it's fine. What's the LY? LY is 770 kilobytes. Light DM is 1 megabyte. So I guess we could go to light DM. If we wanted to. Light DM has some pretty cool greeters too. As you see, we could grab like either WebKit 2 greeter. I used, God, what was it? I probably, what does this one look like? That's a new. I haven't seen that. I bet it's fancy. Screenshots below. Oh, wow. Dang, that's pretty. Ooh. Kind of. Yeah, let's try that. I'm sorry. We're going over to light DM. I kind of want something with some flair. And this is in the official repos of Pac-Man, so we don't need an AUR for it. So we'll just grab, where are you at? Yes. Just grabbing a couple things. Yeah, LY is just a little too rough around the edges. It doesn't look pretty. I want it to look pretty, guys. That's the thing. It needs to have some flair. That's what we're going to do here. Now that that's done, does that actually... So remove this. You enable light DM. Now, does light DM conf when we install that through there, will it actually specify the session? I don't think it does. So I think we'd have to do like a sed and then change the greeter session to the one here. So let's see. Installation, boom. If not done, edit this. Greeter session, light DM, web2 conf greeter. What is that? Greeter session, yeah. So we just take this, paste that into there. Oh, fat fingered that. Paste that. All right, great. That didn't do that in the seat, did I? Okay, cool. Yeah, we want it in seat. Sometimes if you have done it above here, for some odd reason, Light DM likes to duplicate the actual settings above the seat configuration. So don't edit this above here, edit below the seat config. I've screwed myself a couple times on that one. Okay. I think this, you got it. You install that as your dependency, unzip this to there, done, edit. Then you got to edit the web2 config greeter. Like DM, web2 greeter. Then go to theme. So it's on Antergos right now. And that should be Lyrevan, Literarvan. Probably means something in another language. All right. Great. Latest features, you could build it if you wanted. I don't think we need to. Let's see what the stock one is. So then we could do a sed of both the lightdm.conf and webkit2greeter.conf after install. And then we'd have like a really, really pretty login screen for folks. So let's see what this looks like. What's aura farming? It sounds cool. I think using sudo edit is better than sudo invim with the editor set to invim. Yeah, probably. Zoomer slang. I'm hip with the new slang, y'all. Yeah, I'm getting to that age where young people speak is getting harder to understand. Yeah, I think my daughter was saying something the other day. She's like, oh no. That's cringe, Dad. And I was like, ah. Oh, well. I'm Gen Z and I don't know what aura farming is. Yeah, nobody ever came back with the answer there. Gen Alpha term. Oh, it's even newer than Gen Z. Gen Alpha. I didn't know where to Gen Alpha. Referring to an international act of curating or farming a cool, effortless, or desirable aura or vibe to gain social media points. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to, at least. I'd say I'm aura farming. That's essentially why I stream, right? Is it a negative connotation or is it a positive one? Oh, okay. Well, I'm trying to act cool. But get in your 40s, that gets a little harder, you know what I'm saying? My daughter's 14. So, son's 22. Social points, isn't that a China thing? Oh, dang. Okay, so this... I broke my system. Well. Unfortunate. It's a minimal system. All right. Well, anyways, it wouldn't be a stream unless I broke it at least once. Fat fingered that. I'm thinking it's probably something with that new greeter, that litter van. Can we undo that? Let's just go back to Energos. And then, does that bring me back? All right, sudo system CTL restart light. Let's see what light DM's actual status was first. Huh, says it did it. Okay, light DM put it to TTY7. SDDM was running on TTY2. Okay, let's system CTL restart light DM. Huh. Do you do weights at the gym or what body? I do full body workouts, so typically weights are involved, but Olympic lifts, snatch, squat, and variations of all that. So deadlift. But typically when you're doing those big lifts, you usually do a good bit of weight, but also you get a good workout in like 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Like guys that go to the gym and go, I'm going to focus on legs today, or I'm going to focus on arms today. They just don't know any better. They're not a bodybuilder. They're not going to sit there for 2 or 3 hours every single day, hitting every single limb to try and maximize their size. That's silly. Most people are just regular people and they just want to get fit, but doing like, I'm gonna just do curls and bench. I'm not saying they're bad lifts. They're good lifts, but most people don't know what the hell they're doing.
They do the binds.
And most people don't need to be doing all that. Thanks, Noodle, for the tier 1. What's your bench? I think I just benched 245. I'm pretty proud of my bench. Now my squat is just complete terrible. Like, I think my squat is equivalent to my bench. That's how bad that is. Essentially just years. I have scoliosis and just years of being at the computer. My back is really bad, so my squat's kind of pathetic. Yeah, the classic push-pull legs is what most guys do. Nothing wrong with that per se. I just think you can get a better return on investment with more complex lifts. Ah, come on. What's going on here? Light DM, why you gotta be like this, bud? I used to love light DM, man. It's gotta be something with my light DM conf. Maybe I fat fingered something in here. So under seat. Light DM WebKit 2 greeter. Yeah, let's see. Do I have the WebKit 2 greeter? Yeah, WebKit 2 greeter's there. Huh. So WebKit 2 greeter's there. Light DM's installed. Why wouldn't it display? Let's give it a reboot just to make sure. Do you use bands or anything in your workout? Yeah, no, just barbell. Barbell with weights. And typically like body weight, like pull-ups, push-ups. Those types of things typically can hit like squats, pull-ups, push-ups. Man, you just hit everything with that. CrossFit. That's a dirty word these days. People don't like hearing CrossFit. Come on. Wolf security hype. Here we go. I'm hoping it was just like maybe something with that package with WebKit 2, but I don't know. Oh yeah, yoga's important too, especially as you get older. As you get really, really tense. So having stretching and yoga in there, super important. Most people, like, there's a famous football player, Tom Brady. He never really got injured that bad, other than some concussions, of course. But he did like yoga 3 or 4 times a week. Damn, Light DM, why you gotta do me dirty like this? This is nasty. Come on.
Yeah, well.
Mathis, thanks for the tier 1. Nice, 26 months. Whoa. All right. Whatever Tom Brady does, I do the opposite. Most things in life is probably a good idea. Consider any... Oh, God. What was it? He did that whole cryptos thing. Lost like hundreds of millions of dollars on FTX. Because he was like the spokesperson of it. And he invested just tons and tons of money into it. Oh, poor Tom Brady. All right, I think we're gonna ditch SD. I think we'll just go back to SDDM. Light DM is just giving me problems, man. Sad face. Yeah, I think we're just gonna get rid of all of Light DM. Yeah, we'll just go back to that. What are we? SDD. Let's go back to 2. I'm going to launch it in 2. Yeah. Let's just get a good theme going for SDDM. SDDM has kind of a storied history. So does Light DM. All the display managers have like points in history where they just kind of fall flat on their face. Let's go with a theme. Let's see what do we have. Cozy theme. Astronaut theme. Yeah. I know that's going to be in the AUR. Pac-Man, DNF, Zipper. I kind of want to do that. Let's see what all we have. So we have a whole bunch. Ooh, Cyberpunk. What's that one? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it looks like a Hyperland user. Purple leaves. Nope. Not bad. Black hole. I like that one too. Probably go Cyberpunk. That anime stuff is horrible. Jim, relatable, dude. Totally relatable. I don't know. There's a subgenre of the Linux community, man, that are really into the anime stuff. I get it. I think Brody's big time anime guy. Not my jam though. All right, I think we'll do that with a Cyberpunk. I want to say we could just curl this, call it a day. Let's see how his setup script works. All right. Pretty clean. Let's go Cyberpunk. Reboot. That was very clean. That looked really nice, though. I liked that aesthetic of that setup script. Very straightforward. I think we could just do SDDM enable, boom, do the call to that script, go through it on a new install. It would set up the login, and it would look nice. So let's see. As long as it doesn't have as a black screen. Oh, God. I think we'll probably omit SDDM unless it was an Arch based void, and there'll be some that we can do this in, some we cannot. God, I know the HP Wolf security. I'm still pissed off at HP doing a firmware update, and the firmware update makes it so I can't do SATA drives. My system won't boot with SATA drives loaded. How ridiculous is that? I guess I could downgrade the firmware, but then I'm like, I don't even want to mess with it. I just want to chunk this computer in the trash, but it's too good to do that. I like it. It's a cool little aesthetic. That has a good vibe to it. Yeah, that looks cool. I think we'll do the SDDM login like that. So let's go ahead and submit that actually. We're gonna redo So during the install, instead of giving the person a choice, let's get rid of all of this logic right here. Probably the best way to do this would be, let's come on over to code. We're gonna do some vibing. We need come on over to DWM Titus. Great. Now we're going to come down to that. Let's go display manager. Here we are. So we're just grabbing X in it, all of that. Current display manager. Let's change this to display manager setup. And then we're not going to do a pick. Let's see. Oh, yeah, install formatter. Do we not have shell format? Yeah. Cool. Don't know how I didn't have a shell formatter in here, but okay. All right, so let's grab this. I just installed you. Did I not? Oh my gosh. Close it. Do we need to relaunch? I feel like that should just work. Format and beautify. Yeah. All right, we're gonna take this guy. Yes, there we go. Now, what I want to do is change this to detect which display manager is already installed. Do this by seeing which systemd service is enabled. If no service is detected, call say make the choice none. Ooh, what are you changing? Why are you changing that stuff? Nope. I'm AI vibing here, guys. Let's see. So instead of looking for a command, we want is service active. All right. Yeah. Undo. All right, cool. It's actually already there. I missed it in the code. We do, hey, does the command there or is service active? If then current DM is that. break, and then it breaks out of, what loop are we in? Oh no, it breaks out of this whole function. Shouldn't that be is service active only though? Let's look at the is service active. We need to pull in common files. Let's go common scripts, service script. And then we're going to go is service active. So this goes and checks to see if any of these are active. Cool. That is what we want. Great. If command that or the current DM is that, no, we just want to do is service active DM. And then if it doesn't exist, it should just be like, yes, this service is active. The problem is what happens if people have multiple display managers enabled. Kind of. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm going to leave it like it was. Anywho, but in this display manager setup, and what we're going to do here is specify. Jeez. For $DM, I think we will. Yeah, we'll probably just do SDDM here. You don't necessarily need to remove this code. I think this will be fine. So we're going to go SDDM. Deutschmark. Is Wayland there yet? It's never going to be there. I've given up on Wayland. The problem with Wayland, as I see, it's just so fragmented and there's so many different ways of doing things. Like with Xorg, the thing that made it like universal was the Xorg server is the same every single place. A lot of people don't realize Xorg had the Xorg server and then they had the compositor to the side as shown in, I think, one of the last things someone brought out the actual diagram of it. And with Wayland, it has everything streamlined where they take out the Xorg server and then it's just become the Wayland compositor. But how Wayland's implemented through that compositor is different from each iteration. So how it's implemented in KDE, GNOME, Hyperland, all of it is, it's just done differently. It's a different compositor in each one, almost all over the place. So it takes like Linux fragmentation and like amps it up, where Xorg was more standardized, I'd say. At least from my understanding. I think that's why it's kind of a mess and why Wayland's never going to ever be fully baked. I feel like it's just always going to be bad. It's always going to be buggy. It's always going to feel a little off. There's going to be like little issues. And that's just like it in its 17-year incarnation of it saying that it's structurally better, yet it can't be nearly as stable as Xorg. And that's kind of where I'm at. I've heard the same shit for 8 years and it hasn't gotten any better. Maybe it's gotten marginally better, maybe a little bit, but I would even say Wayland's not even caught up to Xorg. So what the hell are we doing? Like in some instances, Xorg, most instances, Xorg's better. A few instances, Wayland is better. Like I'd say variable refresh rates. I'm trying to think of something else. Maybe fractional scaling. But I mean, you lose so much for those things to where it's like, I don't even think it's worth it. HDR. I think Xorg does HDR, does it not? I want to say it does. Let's see. Does Xorg support HDR? Yeah, currently it is HDR support has been merged into Wayland, and some compilers are implementing. Xorg has no plans to support HDR at this time. Okay. So I guess the true factor here is, will X Libre ever be able to integrate HDR? That would be the one feature. Because X Libre so far hasn't really shipped much. But if they could ever get that going in there, then it would actually, I'd actually talk about X Libre. But so far, it hasn't really done anything. It says code cleanup and security enhancements. Sounds like bullshit to me. Let's see what it can actually do. Can it actually support it? I don't know. So I guess we'll see. Oh, you got a post? Let's see. Let's see what you got, Phoenix. Why X Libre and Wayland sucks. Let's see how standards proliferate. Situation, there are 14 competing standards. 14, ridiculous. We need to develop one universal standard that covers everyone's use cases. Yeah. Situation, soon. There are 15 competing standards. Oh, facts. Oh, so that is oh my god, I love that. That is hysterical. Oh my gosh. That is Linux in a nutshell right there. Ah, it's just true. God bless, that is so true. Like, I guess that's this, like, if you ever want, like, just one, choices are great. I agree. But yeah, and that's Linux. You can never really take away the choices. That's the funny part. To actually have any standardization. I think that's why Mac and Windows do so well, is because you have one, like, omnipresent dictator just saying, this is what you get. Whether you like it or not, here you go. But it makes it very easy to support. Now, I will say, there is a use case of using like an atomic or a immutable setup. I think SteamOS is shown to do a full standardization. That's the method to go. Like how SteamOS has done it, I think has been the best. Yeah, that's so true though. Oh my gosh, so great. All right, we've set all this up. I think this will be fine. I do want to make this a little bit more of, let's go SDDM. Where are you at? SDDM. Yeah. So let's say you're using Pac-Man. Actually, Let's do an elif. And do SDDM. We're not going to use a packing tool here. Let's go into SDDM astronaut. Astro. Not theme. I really like this one. I think that'll actually prompt for the password. Let's see. Instead of doing an escalation tool, let's just go. Probably want to do. I think that'll be fine though. So it installs SDDM, and then we'll grab the astronaut theme and go through it. Let's see how that works. I'm being so slow today. I'm sorry. We have our good days, we have our bad days. That's not my best day. But we're making progress. Let's just do a build. Then let's push that. And then I probably am going to do one Arch install, and what we'll do is we'll just call it DWM test bench, and I'll do a snapshot, and that way we don't have to keep reinstalling Arch. So it'll just make this a little faster. So let's go vert. Let's just delete this one. Delete this one. Yeah, let's go new. Local. Grab our Arch install. Nope, not Windows. Where's my Arch? There we go. Let's call it DWM test. And then we're going to just finish that. And that way we don't have to keep creating VMs. It will just work every time. So once we set up this time, we're going to just go, okay, it's set. Then we'll have the download. We'll just pull that in, and then we'll be good to go. Oh, man. All right, there we go. Yeah. The big thing is just having a very minimal, staying completely away from the AUR, and just having very, very straightforward setup with almost nothing, no overhead. And then also make it very easy for users to use it. Omarchy did it pretty good, but it's a little too bloated for me. And I'm like, I think I can create something going completely the opposite end of the spectrum here. That's much more minimal, but also has all the features of Omarchy. Or Omarchy. Omarchy, I think is how it's pronounced. One of these days. Yeah, I think it should get almost all of everything now. This will be the test. One, did it fix the font issue? That was the one thing. It wasn't installing Meslo by default. The second thing was fixing the display manager to have kind of a cool little login screen. Some options during this setup, but all that should be done. I want it to be able to, hey, run this one command, and then person doesn't need to know much about Linux, but have a really good setup, a really good time. It'd be very difficult to break. And I am the de facto king of breaking things. So if I cannot break something, we know it's good. We might even look at, hey, what is doing like an immutable setup or something like that? Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Might tinker around with that. Oh, Marchie, old fart edition. You know, Ahmed, you're not wrong there. I think once they realize how minimal it is and how fast it is, and then they go back and try and use something with Hyperland, they'll be like, wow, this looks really good. But man, it's a good bit slower. But again, proof's in the pudding. Can we get there? Can we get it done? Can we make something faster? Yes, absolutely. Can we make it look good and make it for everyone? Now that is really the challenge. That's where the hard part comes in. Now we could do like an SL status toggle as well. Just kind of throwing that out there. I think we'll probably do a full system update, and then we'll snapshot it. Sudo pacman s terminus font. All right, great. Sudo pacman syu. Let's get everything up to date. Yeah, it is meant to be an opinionated install for sure. I just really like a lot of his opinions. I really like a lot of the design choices. Like, man, more people should do this. I want that, a lot of those design choices in my setup. And then as I added like web apps, and I added a lot of the things that he added, like making my Rofi menu much more functional, I started to see, wow, there's a lot of benefits to how he set up that Linux install. And I was like, I really want to take those ideas into a completely different install that I enjoy more. Instead of doing a Wayland Hyperland setup, I want to do an Xorg DWM setup, but with those same ideas. I think it would just make for a really good user experience, like an amazing user experience. DWM for the masses, exactly. And instead of doing, this is pretty ambitious, but instead of giving you access to edit the comp files, I bake in those options into like a menu. So let's say you want to change the theme, it'd be a drop-down menu, and then you just select the theme and it changes. You wouldn't go into anywhere much. He does that in there, but there's a lot of options like changing gaps and editing the Hyperland comp. You wouldn't do that in DWM because that would require a whole recompile. Not to say we couldn't add those features in, but we would need to make sure it was toggleable and compiled with the version of DWM we end up on. All right, we're good. Let's go. Snapshots. Finish. Snapshot 1. Great. Now. Oh yeah, Luke Smith's Larbs. Great. All right, set font 18B. All right, now we bring in, ooh, actually, let's go wget projects, christitus.com/linutil. I don't think that comes in executable now. All right, great. Now let's see if this pulls in my application setup. So DWM, we're gonna install this. 2, 3, 4. Had a weird little bug there. Looks like a connection reset issue. We're still echoing out that SDDM install. All right, install gum. All right. Complete install. Let's go Pipewire jack. DWM Gentoo Threadripper. How chat is that system? That's some straight up aura farming going on with that. That's for sure. All right, then we pick Cyberpunk, I think is the one I liked. Okay, now we're all enabled, ready to go. Reboot required. Okay, that's fine. But we still have to install the other stuff. Well, there we go. Ask clip. Let's see if it grabs and extracts Meslo. I bet we'll see the Meslo extraction. Okay, we want SL status, sure. Yes, there it is. It was just a logic error. Perfect, done. So let's reboot. And we should have a pretty login screen. We should have terminal. We should have Rofi menus. Should be pretty functional. All right, that looks good. Do our login. Chef's kiss. We got flame shot auto loaded. Ah, forgot about the Rofi config. All right, and I didn't grab my Rofi config. So we got that as a problem. What about Ghosty works? We need to do the Ghosty config too. So we got Rofi and Ghosty config. What else do we have? So when we're doing this, yeah, all that works. Yeah. All right. I think I set it up to where I think I was thinking, hey, let's do the SH. And I think I set it up to where I was like, hey, I want you to do bash. Actually, let's cancel this. Let's do a multi-select. Let's do bash. And Rofi. And then I'd probably also do NeoVim. So then I'd hit yes, install bash Rofi NeoVim. It's too many. And then install the Starship, yeah. Autocomplete, yep. So then we need to still update that comp. So then we have that, close that, and then we have our bash prompt. That's same. We now have our Rofi config. Now the help menu is not working. Why isn't that working? Oh, the scripts aren't getting copied. So if we look in .local bin, you only have Zoxide. And we didn't clone DWM Titus. Oh no, we have Titus right there. So then we're also missing the copy scripts star, and that needs to go into home.local.bin. And then that would copy all the scripts over, and then yeah, it still didn't work. DWM keybinds. Oh. Okay. It's in the path. Oh. That's why. Ha. All right, the cloning needs to happen in the .local share directory. We need to update that to not be dependent on Titus user, and then it'd be fine. All right, we gotta write down this shit. All right, let me write down this. DWM, NVim, roadmap. All right, fix install script. Let's tab over. All right, for the install script, first off, Rofi, bash, ghosty, config, import, and run. Those aren't done automatically. Clone DWM Titus to dot. We'll just do exactly as Omar does. Home dot config or dot local dot share, and then we put it in here. All right, so then what other issues we have? Title bar for maps. Yeah. That'll be part of the Rofi bash ghosty config. When I install my bash, it installs Zoxide, but not FZF. It doesn't set up Zoxide or FZF, so you can search with using Z instead of CZ. Really? Need to fix that. ST is too minimal. I like to have some. I like to have some flair. So Ghosty has, like, you can view images in your terminal. You can do a lot of like really cool emojis in your terminal. It's just better, where ST is very, very limited in that regard. You could patch it, like everything in ST could be patched, but I think it's at this point it's easier just to use Ghosty. Maybe one day I'll get really bored and do that, but I was like, I kind of want to get the bare bones out first, where everything is really nice and functional, before exploring too much of that. The key lock issue we've solved. This is pretty much done. SDDM with astronaut script. So that's done. We did fix the fonts. What else do we have? And all these things can be changed too. Like we're in our DWM config, we're setting it up to where it uses XDG open. So XDG open will just use your defaults. So then maybe setting up defaults for programs. And we still have the control center. So the top parts are what we want to improve once we fix the to-do important. So this is top priority. These are like show-stopping. Like if you don't get this done, people are going to be like, it's not usable. So that's the big thing. The other thing, we've already talked about cloning DWM, but fix keybinds to use universal home. Copy scripts to .local bin. All right, cool. Let's just change this actually. Complete. I'm gonna add a complete section. Fix Meslo fonts. Install. And let's delete that. SDDM install with astronaut script. Cool. So that kind of gives us a good point. I wanted to just take a step back, check anything. Am I missing anything else, guys, that you can think of from this install for everybody? Let's fix that my bash while we're sitting here. That'll only take 2 seconds. We don't have enough. It's not big enough to display it all. That's funny. Got a low res problem there. All right, cool. You will need XDG utils for defaults to see them and change them. I think that's part of our install. Yeah, utils is installed. Is there a... Let's see. Yeah. I feel like that's really, really good. All right, cool. Let's fix that my bash real fast because somebody said that setup script. Ooh, you know what? We need to remove the setup scripts from my bash. Because everything's going to get moved to linutil. My bash. So what were we missing? We were missing FZF. And what was the other one we were missing? Zoxide, right? I think Zoxide should be installed via command prompt down here. Yeah, this is still having the same problem as the other one. Let's get that. Oh, actually, no, that one actually is proper. Oh yeah, no, this does the path and everything. I guess when I copied that. All right. So here, Starship and FZF. Oh, we were doing an install directly from the clone of FZF. Ooh. Interesting. And then if command exists, else curl and install it through here. That should work. Yeah, I think it was just the FCF that had some, even though it should clone and still install it even if it wasn't already installed. But installing it through the package manager up here would be ideal. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. Now, is that 4? Kind of leave that up actually. So Meslo install font. Move setup script to linutil. So we've got that moved over. We've switch set those. What other things do we need to do? Setting the defaults. Let's specify. Let's look at that a little bit more too. The Plymouth screen so it doesn't say all Marchy. I know at this point it's kind of like running gag. And then fix these bugs. These are just straight up install bugs. All right. Quick break, guys. Actually, I'm gonna go 10 minutes. Be right back, y'all. Oh no, what happened? Oh no. Ah. Oops. My bad. I forgot about that. I said I wasn't going to eat any more donuts, but I lied. There were some leftovers in there. And, yeah. Mistakes were made. Oh yeah, on my ZSH is really good. I love it. I just don't care for ZSH in general though. Don't listen to Phoenix. He says everything sucks. I'm just saying. Oh man. Dang, that was good. Oh. Woo! That's good stuff. All right. Let's chill. Let's pull up the old road map here. How are we doing? I think a lot of people always say AI sucks, you know? Like, oh yeah. There we go. Oops. Forgot I modified my scenes. Oh, I love it. Anyways, yeah. As I was saying, let's talk about AI for a second. I think what most people are missing with AI is a lot of people have talking about programming or how it's replacing jobs and all this other stuff. But honestly, where I find the most use of AI, where I'm like, wow, this is light years better, and I think almost everybody in chat will agree with me on this, it is way better than Google. Like Google search is almost a thing of the past, where I find myself, oh crap, I need to know this one thing. Let me pull AI and say, hey, give me links to your sources. And it'll just spit out, hey, here's a summary of what we think everything should be. And then if something doesn't jive right, or I'm like, oh, then I'll just click the source, and then I'll see the source material it's pulling from. It works so well for that. Oh, I love it for a replacement for Google. So instead of Googling anything now, I actually just search for it on AI. And this is like the best I say for it. Like a good example of this is yesterday when I was like, hey, I really want a better way of doing patches to DWM and pulling specific patches. I want to use Git for that instead of the patch command, because the patch command can just be a little too brute force, and Git has like so many sanity checks that can be fantastic. And we used AI to like reference all that stuff, and it was fantastic at teaching us, hey, here's how I would properly use it. It gets some stuff screwed up, yeah, but the source is all right there, so then we can just go to the actual website instead of just Googling it. So I find AI, the best use case for it is a replacement for Google. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that is the cost of it, or the best. Now, whether or not it's worth all that, I don't know. I don't know. I think at some point in time, it's going to cost too much. But as far as a replacement for programmers, I think that's been thoroughly debunked. Like, you have to know something about coding to really make it work. And that's the main issue. I have a problem with jkulit Hyperland script. Even though it goes through and installs all the packages, it takes ages on the Wallace and then just fails. Yeah, that's the AUR problem, gaming. And that's kind of why when I'm building this script out here, the big thing when we want to avoid is AUR usage altogether. Now, we did add some AUR usage, I want to say on the SDDM astronaut theme. I think it does pull some AUR packages. But I don't think it's that much, actually. I'm just going to do a quick in the background look at this. Yeah, no. Never mind. Strike that. It didn't pull any AUR packages. I don't see any extra AUR packages from the astronaut SDDM theme. But yeah, AI is the best search engine. And in that same vein, it can be a very good teacher for learning certain functions. And like, hey, I need to quickly reference something. Man, it's so good. It's so good at that. I use it for everything. Like, if I'm gaming and I need to look up, hey, where's this next mission? Or where do I find this stuff? It usually can spit out a pretty comprehensive thing where I'm usually doing a searching and clicking through a whole bunch of stuff and going to some ungodly wiki page, and like, it's not perfect, mind you, but I mean, for the most part, it gets me what I need to know really fast, and that's all I care about. So there's that. Now, the worries I have with AI are, I don't know if they're actually profitable, and while I'm able to do all this now, what's that look like 5 years, 10 years from now? I'm kind of hopeful though, because I think at that time we can build out our own LLMs to run locally on our systems. And then we don't even need like a Chat GPT. And those local LLMs they keep getting better. I mean, Sonic that just got released, I believe that one runs locally, and it's pretty decent. And I was pretty impressed with that. So we're going places, you know. I mean, I still consider Google better than Bing, but we're kind of splitting hairs, and I probably use Google differently than you. Start page is just a wrapper for Bing. So I mean, you just pretty much have Google and Bing, really. Don't anybody but DuckDuckGo in. DuckDuckGo's owned by Bing. Yeah, so Like when I look at my Google search, I think we did it on actually a live stream. Here, let me go to regular desktop. I think when I just like SSH ask pass, like we were looking up that earlier, all of my ones immediately get put to the web. And I think I did this through the settings in my browser to where when I use Google, instead of it being this awful default experience with crap tons of ads and spots are linked, it automatically defaults to the old Google, which is the web search. And I can't remember who in chat told me about that, but as soon as I set it up, I was like, hey, Google is actually kind of functional again. So when I do have to Google something, I do use this methodology to do it, and it's better. I think we just did like a question mark, and then I can't remember what it was. Yeah. Tab enter is AI search in Chrome beta. Yeah, Google has to do something though. There's just no way for them to survive in the current state. Really? It's completely independent. So, huh. I'll have to check that out, Phoenix. Looks cool. Why not Brave? I mean, Brave's probably better than Chrome. No reason not to use Brave. So, yeah. And I think on my website, christitus.com, I do use Google AdSense. And what I started doing with it is, I mean, this is pretty good. This is off my website, which is just this. And all I do is, like, when I'm making solutions, I just make articles, right? And I mean, I'm pretty happy with this. I kind of want to start scaling this up a little bit because I don't like YouTube much anymore. And I think like it's gotten way worse. And I really like being completely like 1000% independent, meaning I don't rely on Google for anything. And it's just like a nice extra to where if everything's on my website, I'm drawing in all my traffic myself. I just feel like that's just a way better thing. You can see when the Jay's 2 cents video dropped right here. I got $64 in ads that day, the most I've ever gotten in my life. So thank you, Jay. That was $60 I did not have, because normally I'd produce about 15 to 20 bucks a day. So that's pretty funny. But like, I think this is scalable, and I would own everything. End to end, I'm everywhere around the world, and there's nobody that can just completely shut me down. And I think that's cool. I'm like all about it. So I love just being completely independent now. And that's why I've been trying to do more articles on my website and get more into that side of things. Oh, Libre Wolf. Oh, man. Yeah, no, if anything, I want to be like, hey, thanks, Jay. I owe you a beer next time I see you. Because, yeah. The extra ad revenue was like, oh, sweet. Thanks, Jay. That was great. That's like 3 times more people, which, I mean, this, when you look at the views, though, like, that's page revenue was, oh, geez, what is this? Let's see. Do we have any analytics here? It's not really much on analytics. I have to go to Cloudflare for better analytics. But essentially, the page views are, you know, for 28 days, 300,000 people that don't use ad block. That means no Brave users. That means nobody using uBlock Lite. That means nobody using any kind of ad blocker that visits my site, which, frankly, 28 days worth of that, and I'm getting almost 300,000 views without an ad blocker. That's crazy to me that many people would look up my content and not use an ad blocker. Blows my mind. So that's kind of cool. But I can see on the Cloudflare backend, I think the views are around like 1.5 million. So roughly about 20% of my viewers don't use an ad block. I just didn't think it would be that high. I thought everyone in 2025 uses ad block, but I was wrong. Yeah, you know what it is? Probably mobile phone. Or they could just turn it off. They could be super nice and just turn it off for the website. Because on the website, if you like, let me turn off my ad blocker. I'm blocking my own ads. You'll notice, spot the ad on my website. I think I block them from a DNS perspective too. Yeah. So I have specific rules for any kind of advertisement. And that means anything on my website, even if it's someone that doesn't know tech at all and they go to an article, there's never, ever going to be an ad inside the article that's misleading or in the article at all. I want all my articles to be seamless, meaning nothing. No ads here. I don't mind if it's an ad over here and it says advertisement. I make it clear as day. Hey, this is not me. This is an advertisement. And if you're looking on the homepage, you get the anchor ad. That's an advertisement, obviously. Thanks, Honda, for the penny that you just gave me. So anyways, that's my rules for ads on my website. And even still, with as much views as we get, I mean, shoot, $500-600 a month for just having an anchor ad and then something on the sidebar below the table of contents that says, here's an ad. I know my website's probably the most non-egregious, but at the same time, if you want to run ad block, I run ad block. I freaking hate ads. I run ad block on my own website. So I'm not going to tell you not to. Oh. Yeah, and that's a typical website is like 3 ads. Although, have you guys noticed there's been a little bit of a trend on places that do publications now? Have you noticed the trend trying to pull people back into monthly fees? Because I've noticed a trend on almost all like news places, almost all those websites now, instead of being littered with ads, now all of them are just like pop-ups like you must pay $2 a month to access this website. I mean, it's kind of wild. Do you get sponsorship on GitHub? I don't. Yeah. I have sponsors on GitHub. So you can do sponsors. I can show you all my sponsors, actually. Just go GitHub and the username. And then you can see the sponsors right here. So these are the people that support me every month on GitHub. And you can pull in sponsors, and then it shows all the sponsors. I've had 82 in the past. I have 23 current sponsors. I think it's really cool. So it's a really cool way to give back to folks or support them through GitHub if you want to do it through GitHub. I also do Patreon, Twitch subs, YouTube subs. So I do a lot in monthly fees in that regard too. Yeah, so I mean, when it comes to ads, I dabble a little bit in ads. I dabble a little bit in like monthly revenue and stuff from subscribers, but a lot of it is very much, I try to give a free option for everything, and also I try not to be very invasive with any of it. So I try to strike a really good happy medium, and I feel like we're pretty much there. Like the big selling point for like Twitch sub or a YouTube sub is you can watch all the past streams. Some people subscribe and become YouTube members just because they want to watch all my streams from whenever we started streaming again, which was like, what, 2 months ago or something? God, when did we do that? How many of those? Because Twitch deletes them after 60 days, I think it is. Shoot, I should know these numbers. So It was back in June, so we were already 2 months. Man, we've been streaming for a bit now. June. Okay, right here. It was right in April is when we started all of it. So then April is when I started. It was like, hey, we're just gonna make them all permanent on YouTube main channel as members only. Some people are like, why not everywhere? Well, then I'd have to go back to the second channel, and I didn't want to maintain 2 channels. The second channel, I've thrown the occasional clip up that happens in stream, but as far as Twitch goes, I don't think I know how long those go back. How long do they go? I don't know.
Yeah, well, the dude abides.
L3, thanks for the prime, man. And for Twitch subs, it is, if I'm live, I don't know if it shows. Let's try video. Nope. Let's go over here. Yeah. And I think I was just trying to figure out how long it keeps them on Twitch, because Twitch is not indefinite. If I could pay extra money to do an indefinite one, I would pay the extra money just so everyone could have them forever. But it pulls. Oh, it goes back a ways. Yeah, July. Yeah, July 12th. So that would be September, August, July. Yeah. So roughly 45 days, I think. Something like that. 45, about a month and a half on Twitch. Yeah, a little under 2 months. It's not too bad. Yeah, I don't blame you, Jim. And that's why I kind of like try to teach people about you really should hashtag first time streamer. Yeah, I try to do like the Chatterino for chat, because I really love Twitch chat, but I like the video from YouTube better. So for people that do the YouTube members, I always like, hey, might pull up Chatterino chat because it's easier to pull everything in, because this is all IRC based, where I need to probably develop something for like a global chat, or I could just use StreamerBot here as well and just pull it all in that way. Anyways, I'm sorry. Shop talk. Let's get back to fixing things up, shall we? Do you get more downloads on WinUtil or more in the exe wrapper? Way more on WinUtil, because a lot of people just use the PowerShell tool. Like, no offense, but if there was an equal amount of people downloading WinUtil compared to the people that bought the executable wrapper, y'all wouldn't see me. I'd be gone. I'd be living on my own little private island somewhere. If you're like, deuces, I'm out, guys. I'm retiring. I'm just being real. That's a lot of money, because I think we got like 10 million runs now on WinUtil. Let me tell you. Oh, that's the documentation. Yeah, we're at 10 million runs. Times 10 million times 10, that would be $100 million. Y'all would never see me again. I'm just gonna be real. With that kind of money, I would be like so far gone. I would just be like, I'm out. That would be ridiculous. That would be stupid amount of money. Oh, yeah. We all would be retiring. I would just get on here and just go gifted subs for all. Oh. Who do we have in here that doesn't have a sub? Let's see. Let's do like, oh geez. I wonder, can I gift my own subs? First time streamer here. Let me see. Can I just go gift a sub? And you can just gift your own. So if you pay, oh, let's see what this does. 1 second. I don't know if it pops up payment information. Let's say I gift 10 subs. Oh, shoot. That's too fast.
Yeah, well.
Thanks, Chris Titus
do the
Tech, for the
vibes.
10 gifted subs. Huh. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous people do that, but that's good to know. All right, well. Cool. It's just random. Is it not based on, like, time spent in chat?
Yeah, well. They do the vibes.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for the gifted sub, damn. You got no sub, Phoenix? Oh my god, Phoenix doesn't have a sub. Oh my god, can I gift a sub here? Gift a sub. Oh, look at this. Here, Phoenix, I'm gonna give you 3 months, brother. God bless, their payment processing is really good on Twitch. There you go. 3 months to you, brother. Appreciate all the shit
well,
you give me all the time.
They do the vibes.
All right. Nothing spending money on Twitch. Good lord. I'm gonna burn through my $400 payout I got. Well, how much money do I have to spend? Oh, I could do that. Let's see. Let's go. I'm sorry. I'm having fun here, guys. We'll get back to the doing it. I'm just like, where is my money? Where's all that money and my millions of dollars
Yeah,
I'm
well.
making off of streaming?
They do the vibes.
Thanks for the Prime KPT. Where are you at? Where are you at? I'm going to figure it out. Analytics. No. Revenue. Here we go. Dude. Yeah, we're up to $400. Estimated payout, 462. Maybe I just switch that to like not pay out, and then
Yeah,
I can
well,
just put it right back
to do
into
the
chat,
vibes.
so then I can give more gifted subs to people. Ooh, I probably could. I think I could just change that, and just change it to like a spendable, and then just spin it all back on chat. I'd be okay with that. Change payout settings. Pause payouts and continue using spendable. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Done. Then, man, I will say the interface is pretty good. So there. Then I can just do gifted subs every time I go live. Hot dog. It's money laundering. It's infinite money glitch for Twitch. You don't have to pay anybody. Oh no! Wow, a Windows install is in a VM is broken now. What? Man, Christoph, you're always having problems. Are you using MicroWin? Yeah, make your own hype train. I think the hype train you have to be. I have to like have like a pseudo identity and then pay money and have like a second account that's not me, because I don't think me gifting counts towards the hype train. So if like you're a mod or that, so you have to have like a secondary account, like a shadow account, and then you donate. That's how you get like the super duper hype trains and stuff. It's too much work. It's taken me this long just to figure out how to gift a sub. You think I'm gonna do that? I'm good. We'll just gift them the normal way. Get your wife's. She's already in chat. She called me out earlier. She's like, I didn't say that last night. And I was like, oh damn, she did. She was listening. She's always listening. Although I don't think she's listening right now. Otherwise she'd be in chat. Love you if you're out there. You're the bestest. Yeah, I'll get her to start the hype train. Oh gosh. All right. Cool. All right, guys. So let's see. Where are we at? Let's fix this config import and run. Why did the computer rebooted? That's a question. What do you think of me using motion blur in Battlefield? You're insane. Motion blur in games. I can't really say anything though. You know, when I was in my I really liked Quake back in the day. Quake 2 specifically. I loved Quake 2. Oh my god, I played the crap out of that game. Cinematic. I'm the guy that cheats and uses wireframes in your Battlefield. Ruin your experience. I see all. No motion blur, no textures. Just plain straight. There's a circle on the screen, shoot it. That's how I like to play games. Maximum competitive advantage. All right. DWM setup. Now, I think what we can do is call the other script from here. So how this one is done, common script, I want to say we could call the other script by just saying my bash. Ooh, let's see. Yeah. Okay. So then, oops. I think it's Control W actually. Oh, no. Go to right window. Ah, there we go. All right, cool. So then I want to add my bash dash setup.sh. And then I also want to add Rofi setup.sh. And oh, we need to add Ghosty as well. All right. So we need to add a new file. Let's oh, actually let's kill this. Let's go oil, new, ghosty.sh. All right. Let's create that file. Nice. Let's retrieve. All right, let's try a retrieve again. What was cat? Oh, I thought it was just my bash, right? I swear that was it. But no such file here. Did I not spell it right? No, I did. Is it running? Oh, it might be running in a different shell. I wanted to just kind of copy the retrieval of the other. So if this is, so you launch it from Linutil from NVIDIA. So NeoVim will be working out of the root of the project file, I believe. Let me just verify that. Let's do a retrieve cat pwd. Let's do PWT. Okay, no. Oh, actually. Yeah, that's totally what's happening. Oh, that's cool. Oh, it could be just bang PWD. That's true. That would work too. I didn't need to do a cat. True. So yeah, so let's do a retrieve bang cat. Let's do core tabs, applications, setup.sh. This is not the efficient way to do this, but I kind of wanted to just get used to certain functions in my NeoVim. So that's cool. All right, cool. All right. Local share my bash. Perfect. So for Ghosty, actually, I know I did this way, but let's do another retrieve, but instead of my bash, let's grab alacrity.sh. That would be a better clone. Oh, oops. Setup. I don't know why I did dash setup for everything. That's kind of stupid, but whatever. So now let's just change. Do a substitute. Alacrity with Ghosty. All right, alacrity's all changed. Now let's also do a colon substitute alacrity. Switch that to Ghosty. Boom. Nice. I like it. Now, how was I doing this before? Did I do... Oh, jeez. Oh, a second. My son's calling me. Hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, yeah. When are you leaving? Right now? Oh, okay. Let me go inside and tell her. 1 second. All right, sweet. I'm back. All right. We need to get this ghosty config going. Now that's some bad screen tearing. You know what? Green screens everywhere. All right. Sorry. My son called me. He's like, I'm getting out early. I was like, ah, damn. All right. But then I was like going in, talked to my wife, and she was already gone. Can you confirm the playlist you're sporting? Is it available in Spotify? Oh, yeah. It's Stream Beats. Shout out to Harris Heller. Spotify. I'm pretty sure it's on there. Well, that's classy. Anyways, sorry. Stream Beats. Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Yeah, this is where I usually get all my stuff. And I'm trying to think of what ones. Oh, you got some new stuff. You hadn't produced anything. I think I'm still using the stuff from like 2020. I just like it. It's just chill, easygoing background music. Most of it's lo-fi. I don't typically get too many copyright claims using it either. Occasionally I'll get a copyright claim, but not very much. You can usually reject, or I'll challenge them. And I can even send like demand letters and stuff to the people that do it. There's a bunch of shady, like, false copyright claims that happens on YouTube. But I mainly just use them in live streams, so it's not like really that big a deal. And I don't monetize any of the live streams, so I don't even care. So there's nothing really to claim. Yeah, but it's really good music, and I think you can use it pretty much in anything. Yeah, his YouTube's Senpai Gaming. It used to be called Alpha Gaming. But I think he's kind of a weeb. So I think he switched everything to like Senpai. Which, is weeb considered derogatory? Or is that just like a thing? I don't want to offend him. So, no offense meant, if he ever sees this. But I don't think that's derogatory. And he probably would agree with me, I think. It is? Oh, shit. Well, my bad. He's very into Japanese culture. Let's just say that. Grandpa Chris asking Zoomer questions. All right. He's a cultured person. There we go. Okay, thank you. You guys gotta make sure I don't say something stupid here, you know? You know me, a lot of times I just like straight out of my brain, out my mouth hole. That's just how I work sometimes. All right, cool. So Rofi Bash Ghosty. Let's get that Ghosty config going. I can't keep up with all this new terminology. You and I both. So DWM Titus config Ghosty. Oh, I put it all in DWM config. Oh, okay. That's cool. Let's do that. So now that I know that, let's look at our Ghosty config. I really like my Ghosty config here. Ooh, actually, do we have? Nah, let's just use this. That's fine. I'll just reopen it. So if we go into my Ghosty, how big? Oh, it's just a config. It doesn't even look that big. Yeah, it's super lightweight. And all the themes are baked into Ghosty, so you don't even have to worry about it. Ah, so cool. God, I love Ghosty. You know, when I first tried it, I really didn't like Ghosty that much. But as I try it more, I'm like, dude, it's a really good terminal. I am really digging Ghosty. Let's go DWM Titus. And we're going to go config. And, oh, Ghosty's already there. Nice. Whatever I had in the Ghosty config, not great. So now that that's done, let's go back to linutel, invim that, come back into our Ghosty. Now we have config Ghosty. Copied that over. Perfect. We make the directory, and then we just curl ghosty dot config, no extension. Into config here. Don't need those 2 lines. So check environment, escalation tool, install, and setup. Beautiful. We can write that out. And now let's go into tabs. Probably application tabs, huh? Yeah, tab data. And if we look, you got all these. Let's put it in proper alphabetical order, shall we? Let's go data. Name equals ghosty. This feels good, man. I feel like we're really really hitting a spot here. From any device with a web browser. AI is tripping. What? What's this one? There, that's better. It's like, what is that description? Crazy. I think we got, I'm not certain on this task list thing with the whole, yeah, with the whole like certain legends and stuff. I feel like some of LinUtil is a little bit like we added features that probably frankly should have not been added. I feel like it's just a bit much. The legend, I don't know. A lot of times I get confused, which means most people probably get confused. Of course, Phoenix, of course, is going to agree with me. LinUtil is bloated. Uh-huh. I know. Of course. I could say anything's bloated, and Phoenix would be like, absolutely. There's more than one character and one line of code. It's bloated. Love you, man. Oh, geez. Let's see.
Yeah, well.
Bingo. Thanks for the tier 1, man. Where are we at here? Oh, no problem, RHT. When's the next sponsored video stream? Oh, crap, I totally forgot. Yeah, it was like Rogue Energy or something. But I don't know. I'm not 100% sold. I was like, probably should, I was like, wanted to do something kind of funny. Whenever I get around to it. No rush. Oh, I'm terrible with that stuff. I should do better on my sponsors. I don't know why. I think that's like the one thing I've just completely failed at through the past 7 years of doing social media content. Why I've never really gone completely all in, burned the boat, so to speak. I just really sometimes don't like the back and forth. And even when I get good sponsors, I gotta say, I'm not a great influencer for them, because a lot of times I'm just like, I just give zero fucks. And I just like, I don't care. I'm just going to do what I do. And then if it fits into the content, that's when it's great. I'm like, sweet, I was going to do that anyways. But when it doesn't, I'm just like, I don't want to. So I'm not gonna. And that's terrible. That's terrible. At least from a business perspective, it's terrible. But you got to do what makes you happy at the end of the day, right? As long as you're making enough money to support everybody. That's the big thing. I still think, oh God, who was it that called the honey scam? Markiplier. You guys remember him calling out the Markiplier, the honey scam? He's like, man, I don't trust honey. They're up to something. There's some shady stuff going on. That's why I didn't accept the sponsorship when they reached out. And I was like, oh my God. He said it like 3 years before it happened. He was totally like on the nose about it. It was great. I love that. Oh yeah, man. I love Jay. That was so great. Well, yeah, Honey was stealing everybody's click-through rate. So like a lot of the YouTubers that were sponsored by Honey. Honey would essentially go like say, here's some money to promote Honey. And then as people went in and the YouTubers tried to refer other places for affiliate sales, Honey would steal those affiliate sales from that YouTuber. So essentially it'd be like someone coming up and handing you like $500. And then as soon as you turn around, they steal your entire wallet. And not only are you not $500 richer, you're probably $1,000 poorer because of all the affiliate sales that Honey stole. Brave did the same thing, actually. They got in a lot of hot water for this. Brave browser, they've always kind of done shady stuff. That's why I don't really promote Brave, because the people that run Brave have a very shady track record. One, the whole crypto thing, whatever, you're pro or con on crypto, I get it. But what they would do is whenever you visited websites, if they had affiliation with that person or had an affiliate sales, they would go ahead and add their affiliate links into the web browser address. So essentially you go visit Amazon and you didn't have an affiliate link in there, they would just add their own. And that is very against the terms of service of all of these affiliations. So they got in a lot of trouble for that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some shadiness, and that's why I just really hate promoting any browser type stuff. That's why I also hate promoting any VPNs too. All VPNs are kind of scammy and just gross. I mean, but they're very lucrative. So in the VPN space, they give some of the highest rips. So you're getting like 30-40% rips when you get, hey, this is sponsored by like ExpressVPN or whoever. Like I think I did a couple ExpressVPN sponsorships, and it was very, very lucrative at the time. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels dirty. So I don't do VPN sponsorships anymore either. Oh God, the Opera GX. I hate Opera. Talk about the worst browser ever made. Opera can go die in a fire. Oh, I hate them so much. It's just an absolute terrible browser. Talk about grifters. I remember them doing, what was it? They did predatory loans through their mobile browser to essentially lock people into like 30% APRs on credit cards, which is just absolutely insanity. God, what an awful company. Opera can suck it. Oh, I hate them. Yeah. God, Zen browser actually I haven't heard anything bad about. You know, I think browsers though is honestly, only VPN I kind of trust is Molvad. I kind of agree with that, Bijou. Fun fact, Molvad does not do any affiliation sales. So if I promote Molvad, they don't pay me. They're the only VPN that doesn't do that. So it's kind of cool. Anyways, Zen browser. Yeah, everyone's touting Zen, but I kind of feel like when it comes to the browser space, y'all, I think what happens is It's very much a Batman type situation. You either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And I feel like that is so true in the browser space. It's just a matter of time. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, God, it's awful. Arc, oh God, no. Arc's gone, man. Arc traded in their chips and now there's some janky AI scam company trying to shill some monthly fee browser. I don't even know what it's called. It just looks awful. And I was just like, what are you doing? Arc was actually pretty decent when it first came out, but God, they're just like, nobody should use Arc now. It's just awful. Look at Mozilla. God, it's so true. They're talk about going to complete crap too. Now I'm using Google Chrome. I've literally just said, screw it. I'm just going to cave all the way in. I probably should change though. I probably should change. You know, the only person here's a browser that's been around forever that people still love to death. Qt browser. QUTE browser with Vim controls. All 7 users that use that browser still rave about it to this day. Never really changed. Yeah. Still the same after all these years. Yeah. Oh, God. I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, Nord and Proton I'm not a fan of. Nord had that whole server debacle where their data center got compromised and then they didn't let anybody know about it for 18 months. And some hacker had like root level access. I think actually Jay's 2 Cents did a video about it because he actually had a sponsorship with Nord. And then he came out and had to be pretty critical of him. And I think he was. He was like, I can't do any more sponsorships with them. They were compromised. This and this happened. So I don't know if that video is still up on Jay's channel, but I think he did something like that with Nord. So I was like, eesh, bummer, man. That's the problem that's a problem I have. Like, I think that's one of my big issues with a lot of sponsorships is I just don't know if they just are going to completely turn around and screw their user base. And I have such distrust for so many companies that it's just like, it's only a matter of time before I say, oh, these people are good. And then all of a sudden they go around and just stab everybody in the back. I'm just like, God, there's very few that haven't done that. I mean, Synology I loved. You know, they were a great sponsor of mine. That worked out well. I'm just like, God. K-Focus, I really liked covering their laptops. That's actually still fine. I still like them. But I mean, I think that's about it. I think that's close to it. Yeah. Anywho. Proton's not bad. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm very hesitant of talking about any kind of security or privacy just because a lot of the people that do security and privacy, they just don't have any understanding of what it takes to be secure and private. And it's like it's like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. It's like you're trying to explain physics to an idiot. It's just not going to work out. And that's kind of how I feel about most privacy and security. It's just to do it properly, 99.9% of the public just can't. And then the other 0.1% are just like, it's too inconvenient and I don't want to mess with it. And that's the reality between the whole privacy security thing. So Proton, it's fine, I guess. I just don't see much value in it, is all. I like Proton because they're run by a Swiss nonprofit. Is that true? Oh, maybe I need to soften my stance on them a little bit then. Oh, yeah, anyways, I'm sorry. I don't like Proton because they banned me. Whoa. I've never heard of anybody getting banned off of Proton. I don't think Mr. Hardy could elaborate there and say anything. Yeah, that might be bad. It might be bad. I don't know about that. Okay, let's see. We believe in let's look at it. All right, let's shill for Proton for a second. Am I going to regret not accepting their sponsorship money when I got offered? Probably. We believe in a better world starts with privacy and digital freedom. Proton was born in Switzerland in 2014 when a team of scientists who met at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, decided to build a better internet where privacy is the default. Guys, I just want to play devil's advocate here. Don't burn me at the stake for this. But this sounds like complete horse shit. I'm just saying. My bullshit meter is just going off the scales right now. Maybe I'm just so super jaded. This probably may be true. But I mean, as a sysadmin, I'm sorry. I don't see a team of scientists at a nuclear research going, hey, let's build an email server. I'm sorry. I just don't see that ever happening. I'm totally, that's just my opinion. Again, I'm probably just jaded. This could totally be true. But looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, might be a duck. All right, it started with the World Wide Web. Ever since the creation of CERN in 1991, the World Wide Web has revolutionized our lives. However, for many of us, the only way to benefit from the internet today is to hand over vast amounts of personal data to companies that prioritize profits over privacy. In many parts of the world, governments abuse this data to limit the freedom of their citizens. Evil governments. We created Proton to provide an alternative. Proton was born out of the desire to build an internet that puts people before profits. Create a world where everyone is in control of their digital lives and make digital freedom a reality. In this new world, you can communicate with whoever you want, protect your data and identity, and avoid having your data sold, and safeguard against cybercrime. They had to probably put that in because cybercrime probably really wanted this kind of service. Yeah, but anyways. Internet for the people, by the people. About Proton AG. We launched Proton in the summer of 2014 after a successful public crowdfunding campaign in which over 10,000 individuals donated over $500,000 to bring our shared vision to life. Since then, Proton has grown to become the world's leading privacy company, used by millions globally. But we have never forgotten our humble beginnings. Proton services are operated by Proton AG, a Swiss corporation. Swiss has never done anything shady. Need evidence of that. Why don't you just look into World War II war crimes and how Switzerland profited greatly off of that? Anyways, I don't want to go into that. Anyways, sorry. Proton services are operated by Proton AG, a Swiss company whose primary shareholders is in the non-profit Proton Foundation based in Geneva, Switzerland. Proton exists to serve the world. We do not have venture capital investors, and our non-profit structure requires us to permanently put people before profits while protecting against takeover attempts. Our first and only obligation is always to the Proton community, not advertisers or third parties. We do not compromise your trust by selling your data and never will. We are committed to fighting the privacy and freedom online and will always stand up to defend an internet that serves the interests of people. Did a whole TED talk. Look at that young guy going crazy. Like it. All right, cool. Geneva, Switzerland. That's great. So here's the problem, and why it doesn't. I'm having a Markiplier moment here, like he did with Honey, and why I don't quite trust this. Let's go to their flagship product. I'm gonna flashbang you because it looks like crap in dark mode. These storage limits are laughable. There is so much profit baked into here. Where the hell is all this money going? I know how much this costs. That means they got a shit ton of overhead if it costs that much. I'm talking, I don't even think there's enough citizens to cover how much overhead that is. Unless they're paying their sysadmin millions of dollars, every single one of them. What the hell? What's up with the pricing structure? This is problem. And you can't just say it's AWS because that would make it not private or secure. Like, what? Where is Proton hosting their stuff? What are they doing? Because my God, that is expensive. Where are Proton data centers hosted? Okay, Sweden and Norway. Makes sense. Cooler climate, easier to cool. If it's independent. So are they doing their own data centers? Are they using other? I imagine they're using somebody else's. But maybe not. This was 2 years ago. What do we got? It's probably AWS. I don't think so. Like, they can't have security without doing something on their own. I mean, maybe if they pay a localized company to run a data center, a dedicated data center in Norway and Sweden, now we're starting to talk of how they're doing and why it's so expensive. It's possible. Yeah. Okay, if they're doing their own servers, their own data center, I'm gonna eat my words. I've been wrong before, and I'm not afraid to say I was wrong again. I'm just saying, man, that's a lot of money, and maybe they're banking it up to host all that, and that's why it's so expensive. Could be. So, Bingo found it. First one's in Switzerland. The other one's in Switzerland, a backup data center. And another one in Frankfurt, Germany. And then they did settle on Norway. Okay, well, never mind. That looks like they're hosting their own. Based on what Bingo put into chat, well, that would explain the price. So, maybe. I guess I'm just so jaded, and I've just seen so many companies screw everybody over. I'm always just like, there can't be another good company out in the world. But that's why I like to say these ideas out loud. So if someone can fact check me, I'm all for it. So that's cool. They do have their own data center. It's possible. So that's cool. They don't seem too evil. Yeah. Time to eat your words. I'm just an advocate for kind of taking those types of things. I feel like if you're not doing everything end to end and you're relying on a company, throughout my life, I've only been let down by companies. And I feel like you just got to take your own destiny in your own hands, so to speak. If that's really what you want, I feel like you have to be the one to do it end to end and not rely on anybody. Maybe that's a trust. Maybe I have some severe trust issues. I think so. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair statement. Especially when it comes to companies, I sure do. Oh, man. Oh, let's see. Ahmed found something. Proton Mail provided user data that led to an arrest in Spain. Privacy by default isn't exactly the same as anonymity by default, it turns out. Proton Mail is facing renewed accusations of handing user data over to law enforcement agencies. The Swiss company provides secure email service with end-to-end encryption, ostensibly to protect its customers' identity from prying eyes. However, recent events suggest otherwise. Proton Mail recently came under scrutiny. When was this published? Last year. For the indirect providing of Spanish authorities with enough data to identify and arrest a member of the Catalan independence organization Democratic Tsunami. Wow. Tsunami. What the hell is... What is that? A Catalan protest group advocating for self-determination referendum in Catalonia. Formed organization led up to the final judgment of the trial of that. It used a bespoke Android. Huh. Where is showing? I'm typical American. I'm where the hell is this country? Oh, it's on the right side of Spain. Okay. Good to know. Anyway, sorry. I had to Google it. I was like, I don't understand. The company claimed it was compelled to cooperate with law enforcement due to Swiss laws. They asserted that the Spanish police's success in apprehending the individual was partly due to the person's lack of proper operational security. Using Proton Mail. Okay. Proton contacted us clarification about this story, and the data they claim was shared, and which wasn't. According to the company, they didn't share any data with the foreign government, are bound by Swiss law to cooperate with them once the court order is issued. The below quote is from their PR department. Proton responded to the request from Swiss authorities. The way this article was written, it makes it seem like Proton cooperates or communicates directly with foreign law enforcement, which we don't do. It would be illegal to do under Swiss law, and the suggestion we do could be concerning for many users. Proton's robust encryption helps during these situations. This can be demonstrated by the fact that Spanish authorities were unable to gather any information about the Proton beyond the recovery email, as every Proton cannot see files, email contents, and other personal information. So essentially, they did a court order. They pulled in, said, hey, we need this user's information. They were like, oh, yep, that's coming from us. Here you go. So they don't share in real time, all the users, but a court order can get that information. I guess. I don't know. Seems a little sus, just gonna say. But it does make sense. If you run a big email, I think the thing here is Proton Mail is probably the best mail for anybody that hosts a ton of email. Having said that, if you host a ton of email, you're going to be liable to do so much with the law. Like, there's going to be so much that you're going to have to do. Like, when people like, hey, you have a user like this, which they will find out, you're going to have to provide that information no matter who you are, I guess. And the more users you have, the bigger target you paid on your back by all the governments. So I just, again, it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't think you really can be private or secure, and paying all these extra money per month for that privacy and security. I don't feel like you're really getting the privacy and security you actually think you're getting, I think is the best way to put it. Just my thoughts there. Email hosted by yourself, well, then you're responsible for everything. The thing about email, though, there's always two parties. Most people don't understand. So you go to Gmail, right? Like 70% of all email is filtered through Gmail servers. So almost every email that gets sent in the world gets filtered through Gmail servers. Dang near. Close. But as long as two end-to-end, like you're relying on both recipients being on a encrypted service and not having either Microsoft or Google touching that email, man, that's such a small percentage of your receive and sends that it's like, man, I don't think you're even really gaining anything by an encrypted email service. Yeah. Anyways. I digress. I don't know how we got on that tangent. Did I fix that? What do we have? Let's update that. We're going to delete the setup script from DWM. We did setup. Scripts DWM key bindings. That never got updated. Oh man, Pigeon. You can do Signal. Signal is probably the closest thing. Anyways, all right, so we got this updated. The key bindings still, is there some hard coding on that key bindings? Let me look at that script actually. No, it's not hard coded. Oh, this is hard coded. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so what this should look like. .local share. And then for the setup, let's change these locations on the setup of DWM. Oh man, I never did try Matrix. I had a bunch of people talk about it. Let's go into let's come down. So here's our nerd font install, and then we got our PyCom installs. Config folders to config. I think what we do, where's that clone happening? Make DWM right here. Yeah. So let's CD over there. Let's get clone DWM Titus. Probably do an if and probably when we're doing an if statement, checking the folder path. What was that? I already did it down here. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And then we'll do home. Okay. Let's do Oh, actually, let's do a replace. Yeah. Okay. God, I gotta fix my indents. It's driving me crazy. What do we got? Did I miss something? Sorry, Christoph. Where can one write micro in outside of any system? It's just a Windows ISO. A lot of governments use Signal. That's true. that's when you accidentally invite a news journalist inside your top secret government group. There's always one vulnerability that will never ever disappear: the user. There's always that issue between the chair and the keyboard, man. Oh my God, the German courts ruled ad blockers copyright infringement? What? Germany, what are you doing, man? Crazy. What? That's not real. That's rage bait, right? Is Germany on the brink of banning ad blockers? User freedom, privacy, and security is at risk? Let's see the cited article. Copyright, spring reverse ad block. Plus enters another round. BGH returns proceedings on availability under copyright client to a lower court for retrial. The legal dispute over, well, it looks like a retrial. It's not a definite ruling. The legal dispute over the admissibility of ad blocker under copyright law is entering another round. It's got a new hearing. The original ruling was struck down and it failed in 2018. Who's this Springer? Axel Springer. Who is this? Oh, okay. It's a European multinational mass and online media company. Okay. That's where my brain went, was Jerry Springer. So they've been just going through the German courts. All right. Maybe a stage victory for the publishing giant. Media group can now pursue claims for an injunction, relief, and damages, among other things. What are they going to do? Try and sue the ad blockers in Germany? How many ad blockers are made in Germany? I would venture not too many. And how many ad blockers are actually formal entities that they can actually sue or go after? There's a lot of questions here. I think this is a big nothing burger, y'all. I'm going to say rage bait by Mozilla on that article. One, this is a whole different thing than I'm reading. I think the person that did this, they made it seem like almost like the German government was going after people. That's not the case. Yeah. And what are they going to do? I mean, yeah, maybe they could sue in German court Adblock Plus. But I mean, Adblock Plus could usually just shutter shop or move or get rebrand itself or get published in source code. Someone else will pick it up. It's not like Adblock itself is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not concerned about that. I think it's just a very catchy tagline. I'm tossing that into rage bait category. Have you ever used the dark web before? I mean, you could pull up stuff on Tor. I think some of the original stuff you could do like IRC and direct with like web forms, and I've seen some pretty nasty shit. But nah, not. I don't personally mess around with the dark web. I don't really need to. There's nothing on there I want. So, yeah. Yeah, why would you go on there? Get illegal stuff? I mean, everything I do, I like to just I'm a big fan today. I feel most of society's problems could be solved with one simple thing. Almost everything, no matter what we're talking about, whether it's politics, whatever. Everything can be solved if more people just created shit and less people consumed stuff. What I find too much is people just overconsume and they just constantly are never creating or not learning anymore. I've had friends and other people that I felt just kind of became stupid, I think is a better way to put it. Like they're intelligent, but they've like just poisoned themselves with just overconsumption. And it made them almost hard to talk to, where it was just like, eesh. It's hard. I mean, I was like, man, you need to get off Twitter. You need to get off, you need to stop checking social media, bro. This is sad. You are literally just parroting everything. These are not original thoughts. These are not something new that the world has never heard before. You literally are the 10 millionth person to say this. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, create, don't consume. I actually have a slogan up. I'm like, create, don't consume. And I try to do that. I try to create more than I consume. That's my goal. And I think a lot of people's problems and a lot of the world's problems could be solved if more people did that. But whatever. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know how I got on this tangent. Let's fix this damn script. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Oh, God. Oh, yeah. By the way. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And then we got our My Bash. We got our Rofi set up. And then we do Ghosty setup. Is that there? Yeah. Oh, it's just Ghosty. How? Well, I guess. Why did I do dash setup for all these scripts? I hate my old self for doing that. That was just dumb. Anyhow. I consume and then I create. Hey, however the percentages work out, may they ever work out in your favor. That's what I say. All right, I feel like that's pretty good. We got that going. Where are we at? So we've got Ghosty, Rofi, configure on import, run, done. Move this to .local share. Do we have anything specified in our DWM that does that? I feel like I should check. I think we're actually pretty good here. These are pretty universal scripts. I didn't do too bad of a job on the setup. Yeah. So looking at this, I wish I would have put the variables at the very top here, but that's okay. So we're utilizing the .local share directory a lot more and the .conf. So then it's not going to mess people's home directories up before cloning stuff to the home directory. Awful idea. Terrible for formats. What about SL status? Oh, yeah. Here we go. There we go. Let's do a search for home. Perfect. I want to make sure we're putting all of this in the proper spots. Yes. So much better. Now. All right, guys. That's perfect. How much longer are you streaming? Not much longer. He hates Kali. Use Parrot. Ahmed, you know me too well. Kali's good for like people just starting out in script kiddies. Kali has all kinds of features and it just throws everything in the kitchen sink at it. So Kali's not necessarily. How do I say this tactfully without pissing off the whole Kali community again? Yeah, Kali's for noobs and script kiddies. real search, security personnel or researchers are going to use Parrot probably if they don't want to roll their own. I think I've said that in the past. I pretty much stand by that statement. I know it's a pretty hot take, but I'm not wrong. But I mean, Kali can be a good spot to learn what's available. Like, it has like everything in the kitchen sink in there. It has like the burp suite. It has all kinds of crap. You'll get like Metasploit and all the fixins and all these different tools. Some are good, some are bad, some kind of dated and pointless. But I mean, it just kind of throws everything out there. So it's not necessarily like for someone just starting out, Kali's probably not the worst thing. But for someone that knows better, I think there's much better distributions out there. I think that's a better way of saying it. Kali's good for 8th graders who want to crack the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Let's be honest here. Yeah, Kali's fantastic at that. That's where it definitely shines. Yeah. And that's where I like, at the end of the day, but I think a lot of people where this sounds a little bit bad, like me bashing Kali, but really Kali does have all this stuff. And if you don't know anything and you don't know what programs to run, you don't know what programs to install, you don't know anything, Kali's not a bad spot because it just has everything tossed in there. So then you can kind of browse around and then tinker with, oh, I like this. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, look, they got some stupid janky incognito Windows mode for some reason. They got like all kinds of crap in there, and you can kind of pick what you want and then just write it down and go, oh, I like that. I like that package. I'm going to type burp suite. Cool. Oh, Metasploit. Yep, I use that. What else we got? Oh, air cracker. Okay, yep, that one's a good one. And then you can kind of like notate these things down, and then when you're in Arch or Debian or whatever you want to roll with, you can just install them instead of installing Kali. Ugh, gross. That's where my thought comes from. All right, clean that up. Copy scripts. How are we copying the scripts in DWM, by the way? Good night. Copy. CP. No, we don't have a copy directory. Huh. And if we look, oh. Okay, now copy config folders. I think what we'll do, can we also do this in a scripts folder? Probably. Do done. I wonder why I iterated that in a for loop. All right, here we go. We're gonna go and make the local bin. go. Make sure that's there. I think we'll just grab the scripts. Copy scripts to bin, local bin. Let's do a copy, recursive force, and we're gonna go. What is this dir? Where is that set? Where's that value set? Oh, for dir. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what we're doing. All right, let's just do a copy set. Oh, dang. Did the clone config folders come after DWM? Okay, yeah. Clone config folders does come after the make DWM and setup DWM. So we are free and clear to do .local share DWM - Titus scripts star, and then we just put all of those into .local bin. That should work great. And recursive force should be fine. Feel good about that. All right, moving on. So then we can copy our scripts over. Fix bindings to use home. I think we fixed that too. Okay, so I think we fixed all the big problems with our DWM install script. Let's see. Alrighty. Let's do one more clone and check here. If you had to daily drive one of these, which would you choose, gnome or mint? Mint every day of the week. Mint's way better than gnome. I'd rather walk on hot coals than daily drive gnome. Ugh, gross. Mint's actually pretty decent. What is this? Vodka, I wish. Got old person problems and I can't drink like I used to. I'm a little salty about that, but hey. So be it. All right. Let's pull up our virtual machine again. Now, if we did this right on our virtual machine, this test, the cool thing about this is we should be able to just go, you know what? Let's revert to snapshot. Bam. Now we'll have a blanket system fresh arch to go for. Oh yeah. And I like the Mint team a lot. Like Clem, one of their lead devs over on Mint, was one of the very first ones to rip out Snapd. He was like, Snap sucks. He got so much flack for that back in the day. Oh. And cool, I don't have Linutil. You know what? Let's just do a wget. That's good. chmod linutil. util DWM. Now, in a perfect world, this is going to install Ghosty, MyBash, Rofi right after DWM as well, with all of the fixes. This is a first run at it. A little bit dicey that this will work. We did a lot of fixes, so I usually screw it up at least 3 or 4 times before I get it right. Do you like Ubuntu? Nope. What happened there? Let's try it again. Had a issue with the mirror. What's going on with the mirror here? What? Well, let's just blow that out, I guess. Let's reset it. Don't you die on me. Download those files. What are you doing? Work. Ah, that's what I thought. All right, and then gum. Sure. Gum is pretty amazing. It does fancify a lot of the install process. I'm still not 100% about adding this flare with the astronaut theme installer, but man, it is very, very cool. And I kind of wanted something like that. Let's go Pipewire. Yeah, gum is a little... Oh my god. Phoenix, you're hilarious. Everything is bloated to Phoenix. Gum is not that bloated. Okay. Cyberpunk. This does slow it down a little bit, but man, it makes that login screen just so good. I really like the login screen. Oh man, Yast. OpenSUSE's control panel, man. What's there not to like about Yast? It's in the name. Oh. Chris, daily drive, basic GNOME or basic Ubuntu, but you can't customize it? But why? But why would I do that to myself? I feel like there's something wrong with that SL status. CP cannot stat. No such file or directory. Ooh, okay, so the scripts didn't look like they copied over. Huh. It should have copied over. No such file under there. Now we should be nearing the end, and I'm hoping this will just daisy chain. I've never done it this way. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna work. Yeah, so the temp files on DWM setup didn't work because you can't daisy chain them like that because of the rust. Ah, man. Not quite there. Dang. Really was hoping that would work. But alas, it didn't. Maybe there's a... So yeah, oh, nope. Let's go bash, Rofi, Ghosty. So it needs bash, Rofi, and Ghosty. Should install these just fine. Install FZF and Zoxide. Oh, that's weird. We're in a SH script. Did it get it all? I think there's a problem with the Ghosty script. Yep. What did I do? Couple errors. To be expected, I suppose. All right. It was a good first run. Couple notes. Let's just go ahead and bring that snapshot back. All right, first up, Ghosty. What happened here? Oh, you know what? I think that blank line is the reason. I think everything else was fine. It was just the blank line. Okay. Next up on the list, DWM setup. During that copy of the source right here, the scripts, this did not work. Now, what we could do here, I feel like this should be like home, just in case someone does something silly. And then this should go into home, user bin. That would be good. It would prevent globbing. I don't think that would probably be the cause of this, though. Could, though. I don't think anything else is wrong with that command. ANSI escape codes. Oh, you're not talking to me. Never mind. Thought you had some insight on why this is failing, but let's pull up old AI to help. My old buddy AI. Let's see if it can give me some insight. All right. Actually, let's just give it the reference here. When calling other scripts in this Rust project, it can't see them. Why? So how would I call those scripts? Okay, so the script, the issue is the script was trying to source from other scripts using relatives paths without doing that. Get the scripts directory. Use absolute paths. This ensures the scripts are run. I want to say running command. Let me look at running command. Just, I would love for that to work. I don't think that's the problem though. I want to say running command under here. I'm not sure how these are compiled and stored. Because they're all located in the actual directory. It should work though. That doesn't look right though. Where would you be? I would say probably would be core. Not core, but TUI, source, running command. This is where it'll execute the scripts. It should. And for reference, now it's trying to find where the hell these other scripts are at. So it looks like it copies it to like a temporary directory. If there's a way to grab this information. That's what are you doing? No. No, we're not doing that. Ah. It's a good question. Are they executable? They should be because we're doing a git clone. So that should be fine. These scripts though aren't, these are, so what we're having is all these scripts are baked into the binary, the Rust binary that we made. And I'm not sure we have access to the other ones because of how we run the commands or the scripts. So that's where I'm kind of like, how do I grab them and use these scripts based on this? Now I could just curl them directly from the raw file, but that's not a great solution. I would much rather an elegant, all baked into the binary. Let's just ask. Local file. I'm going to ask whether or not those other ones get copied to a local file. No, the other scripts do not get copied using a local file. Here's why that's a problem. Well, I know it's a problem. Oh yeah, they don't exist there. Copy dependencies regularly, manually, modify the Rust code to copy related scripts. Embed the functionality directly in DWM setup. Okay. What does embedding it directly look like when I would like to not change the Rust code if we don't have to, but those files might be hidden from the script. Oh God, no. Yeah. Oh, yeah, gross. No, no, no. Absolutely not. Okay. Copy the dependencies manually, modify the Rust code to copy the related scripts. Change the raw command type. I guess the why I'm kind of sitting here going, why? How is the common script.sh working by sourcing at the start of the file? Yeah. I'm kind of wondering about that. How is it sourcing these common scripts? Because that's just in the parent directory. Ah. The scripts in the same directory don't get copied because they're not referenced with relatives paths that go up the directory tree. The Rust code only copies dependencies it can detect through relative path analysis. Instead of sourcing separate files, you can copy the content directly into DWM setup. Yeah, I know that. No, I'm not doing that. That's dumb. So it can do relative, but not this way. Can we make, all right, what changes need to happen? So what Rust changes need to happen to be able to refer to directories, to scripts in the same directory? This is completely different. Okay, may modify the local file to copy sibling scripts. Alternative, more robust dependency detection. If you want a more sophisticated approach that detects which scripts are actually sourced. Okay. Add required dependencies. You'll need to add regex to the Cargill toml. Yeah. feel like that's needed. So this one, keep that. We'll change the Rust files to detect the dependencies, then copy them over. Eesh. All right, where are we at on this one? Why is it stupid? I don't get it. It's just a regex dependency. So it detects the source scripts. And then all we're doing is just modifying the local handling, saying, hey, there's a couple more scripts associated with this. Let's go ahead and pull those in and run them. Another method that this hasn't explored yet would be to, when we select DWM setup, go ahead and select these other scripts instead of that. So instead of doing it this method, what we could do, make a script function call that would trigger the other installs as part of this one. Now that'd be I think that'd be the most elegant solution. Is it doable? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. So I would think, what about making a function that cargo will detect, or Rust, I should say. Rust TUI will detect and add more program options under multi-selection. Example, add ghosty setup under applications by including a special line in the .sh script. I might be overcomplicating this one. I think that'd be kind of cool though. So you add detection comments for the TUI. Well, yeah, it completely misunderstood me, but that's okay. It's kind of close. I mean, I'm just kind of spitballing here. Obviously, we're just asking, not applying, because oh my god, it would be a disaster. It's made up. It's fictional. Oh, we got some breaking news. Oh man, is it another? U.S. judge orders Google to share search data with competitors. Too little, too late, man. It's man, Google is just suffering an L after an L after an L. They forgot to spend more lobbying money. Ooh, feels bad, Google. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so this wants to add that. God, there's got to be a better way of doing this. So many different ways to go about it. I'm just trying to think of the best. Simplest, obviously, is just embed, but that's just a... I just hate redundant code. And then if I change it in one spot, I'll have to change it in the other. It's just, no, I can't do the embed. That's obviously super simple. I guess I could go online and just download them into a temp folder and then blow it out after I finish running them. I just don't like that either. I know both those are very simple methods and they do work, but I just don't think they're good. Yeah, so what's happened here is there's like when we're referring to these guys at the start, in Rust, when we wrote the TUI, it pulls in these relative file paths. And those relative file paths for the common script get baked in. So essentially it rebuilds this script in its own script and copies that to the temp file and then runs that. So what I want to do is reference like Rofi and Ghosty and my bash at the end of the script. So then it would go ahead and just auto install those. But it doesn't do that by default. Adding that would be relatively simple. But I also am like, I feel like that's the way to go though. I just don't necessarily like it. It would get the job done though. Let me look at the history again. Let me just pull that up. So that's the embed, which we don't want to do. So we could do this right here. We refer to the changes. There's two different methods of doing this to where we copy all of the source. We could just copy all the shell files over into a temp folder so then it has access to everything all in one go, which isn't really that big of a deal. These are, only a few, probably like maybe 100 kilobytes. So all together, all of them are like 2 or 3 megs, right? Not even. So you can just copy them all and then just delete the temp folder once this finishes running. So it's not that big a deal. Or we could be a little bit more robust with the dependency detection, only copy source files that are listed in the script. So it would copy less stuff to temp before running. I guess I want to do it this way. I feel like that's the way to go. I just am a little hesitant. Because I want to be able to run multiple scripts all within the same one without the user having to go select all 4. Now, having said that, we could just select all 4, DWM, and then install Rofi and all the other ones on launch. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. All night scream. I just hate it when I don't finish something, It's just like one of those things, I like completionist. Yeah. So how this looks, let me visualize a little bit better. I'm probably not explaining well. So let's go cargo run. So essentially, what I wanted to happen, so I just hit DWM. It installs DWM, but then it immediately goes and does like a multi-selection where it'll get Bash, Ghosty, and then also Rofi, and install all 3 of these as well with all the customizations. That would make it very granular. Also, it'd make it highly customizable. So in the future, if something we need to change something out or easily move, well, all of it's already there. So then, oh, we want to go back to Alacrity from Ghosty. No worries. Swap out that one line. Boom, you're off and running. So that's kind of the thought process here, is instead of, because right now what would happen is the user would install DWM and then they would install these 3 and then you'd have a really good setup. let's just verify that's the case. Let's just update that really fast, and let's SCP that. Then let's come back to here. Let's start it off again. I want to verify all this works. Before we get too far in the weeds here testing, we need to make sure everything works. Because right now, if you have a fresh Arch install, right? This, technically, I think we've solved all the problems here. So we go DWM. Yes. So how this would work right now, we'd install these 2 things. Boom, DWM. Perfect. What's going on here? What? No. Ah, that's right. I didn't even. My bad. I forgot projects. I grabbed the old one. Uno momento, por favor. All right, sorry. Disregard that. All right, now we're gonna go. I haven't done an update to Linutil yet. Oh, God, it does this too. Dang it. Let's clear that out. All right, let's try it again. Some of my cache is messed up, so it's just updating. All right, so now we're installing it. Let's install gum. Do that. I need to update my Arch because I think they have a new ISO, so I have to clear out the cache and rebuild it. All right, complete install. Congrats, Tommy. Congrats the LPI exam last night. All right. Is your install meant to improve gaming and performance too? Hell yeah, man. You're going to get the most out of everything. This is the best of the best. When we're done, which we're not going to be done today. Probably sometime next week, we should have our first general public install. Just testing out, playing with a few different things with this install so far. I'm really liking where we're going with it though. Yeah, you can use Nord. I mean, anything that can be changed that we're doing here. I think we'll probably end up taking some of that SDDM astronaut theme. I might just clone it and make my own themes directly in there. I do like Cyberpunk, the astronaut theme, the black hole theme it has. Those are all very good. All right. Still not copying the scripts properly. So we'll have to look at what exactly it did with the scripts. All right, great. So anyways, so DWM gets installed. Let's clear that out. And then we need to install bash. Not just bash though. We need to install bash, ghosty, and rofi. So bash, ghosty, rofi, install. It'll go through and install and grab the configs for those three. Yeah, we can Nordify that too. I want to just do this as a lot of this is a little bit of discovery. We have a little wiggle room as we're doing all this. So let's reboot. Now, in a perfect world, this should boot right onto the DWM desktop, have full functionality. Yeah, something with globbing there. So this is our login screen. Login. Something went awry there. I broke it. It was working. Damn. Oh, no, it's not globbing. It never did the clone over into .local share. Yeah. Dang, man. I screwed something up there. All right. So let's look at that clone. All right, so when we're cloning this, oh, you know what it is? Looking at this. So under FT Labs here, let's go back to clone. We still have this. It does this make directory great. But back in the original clone, because we were doing it from the home folder, this is backgrounds. Yep, right here. All right. Now, if we look, it's saying, hey, if no directory DM, then clone, otherwise update with a git pull. That's fine. But if this should have another one. Actually, do we have it in? Yeah. If no directory under actually, can we just pull that in? Let's go no directory under here. Then I think we can just one line this like we did down here. So we have a one liner. Where are you at? Brain's going. My brain's frying. We're at the end though. Okay, so here's the one liner. We won't even do an if. We're gonna just omit all of that. And then we just do and 2 ampersands, shorthand it, make directory, boom. Yes. Now, I think we also had this in the setup of PyCom. If we look at that. Okay, PyCom right here. So this actually, let's first fix it here. This one, we can just do like this, no directory, home.local.share, like that, boom. And then you can just do 2 ampersands, make directory, done. So if that directory doesn't exist, go ahead and make the path for share. Now, in the same vein, if we go up a little bit, right at make directory here, we started doing it, but I just meh. So let's just come to the end, paste that in, done. So now this should fix it. What ended up happening, the .local share directory never existed. So then when it tried to go into here and clone it, it said, oh, hey, this doesn't exist. So it tried to cd into local.share, didn't happen. So then it never did the git clone of DWM Titus. So then the copy of all the scripts failed, which we did see. We just missed this because it just went too fast on the screen. So this would fix it. Are we 5 hours? Yeah. All right. All right. I think I'm going to call it here, guys. We need to shut her down. It is getting way too late, and I am losing it. So that's it. Ryan Fleury. Give me his channel name. Let's go raid Ryan Fleury. All right. Deuces, YouTube. Tell